Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 2 of the third Dragonflight Cup. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Van Rookie, and Supertees once again. And today, Van, we're in the North American region. What can we expect for today?
Well, North America has been a little bit different than Europe. It's kind of a story of assassination rogue, shadow priests, and lots of paladins. So Luminosity has been very dominant in this region, and this week I feel like is really no different. They're in a commanding lead. I would say, unlike Europe, North America really is kind of, setting a standard for the top 3-point earners right now. Luminosity especially has a commanding lead. Golden Guardians right behind them, also running that Shadow Priest rogue with the Paladin, with the Shaman. These two teams are the ones to beat at the moment. And my question for this week is are any of these teams prepared with something different to go into this? Because it's kind of been like the most difficult thing for every team in North America to play into.
Yeah, certainly has. We saw it yesterday. We may see it again today. Here are the standings as well. We can see that top 3 currently. We've kind of already mentioned Luminosity, Golden Guardians, and then where's Gordy, Supertees? And do you expect this to shuffle around a bit today?
I mean, that top 3 is pretty distinctly defined. I feel like the one thing right now is Liquid. Like, where are they going to end up in the rankings? Because they're not here to defend their 4th place position. POWERMEN will have an opportunity here to go after it. Silver Sentinels also not making it into the top 8. So a really competitive week. A lot of new teams that haven't made it into the top 8 for Cup number 3, which will have an opportunity to get into the top 8, try and get into the Gauntlet tournament. This is the second to last opportunity they're going to have to earn points. But perhaps when we see the meta change a little bit with the changes that were announced yesterday, I think maybe Where's Gordy's team could have a better shot right now. But I feel like if you're going to be relying on a Windwalker into Holy Paladin teams and Assassination Rogue teams, it's just going to be really tough for Where's Gordy to secure points. So my hope for them is that they've got something different for this week. If not, then they're going to be kind of at the mercy of the changes that are coming in for next week.
How that goes at the end of the weekend. Of course, we'll catch you up along the way as those standings do update. But here are the current NA teams that are competing today. So we've got a couple of new faces, like we've said here, that we weren't able to see last weekend. Hidden Gamers being one of them. But I mean, who should we really be looking out for, do you think, today, Zico, to kind of make a change?
Oh, well, there's a lot to unpack here when you look at these teams, because some of these teams, like you mentioned, are going to be battling just to make that top 8 to have a chance to enter the AWC Gauntlet. But some of these teams can really make a run for it in the standings right now and start to solidify their position to basically get those guaranteed qualified spots in that top 3. And I'm specifically looking at POWERMEN, and I'm also looking at the Golden Guardians. Now, from Luminosity, we're more or less expecting these guys to make it at this point. They've won so far every single tournament. They've been absolutely dominant. And it really will be about the Golden Guardians. If the Golden Guardians can hold on already, they've already secured themselves a top 6 position with this placing. If they can win their first match, they will have secured themselves even a top 3 placing, which will be absolutely huge for the Golden Guardians. Luminosity Gaming, same story there. If they can win that first series, then they are basically, I don't want to say they're 100% locked in, but they will be looking extremely good for qualification, both of those teams. Now, POWERMEN, because Liquid didn't make it, and also Where is Gordy didn't make it, those are the 2 teams ahead of POWERMEN. The POWERMEN did make it, so this is their big chance. If they can have a deep run in that lower bracket, they can also secure themselves potentially that 3rd spot, and we could start to see kind of how that top 3 will shape up, depending on how these 3 teams perform. Then there's also, teams like the Hidden Gamers. They don't have any points right now. Teams like Ascension, who are, I think, in 9th right now, who potentially just want to grab as many points as possible to be able to make it into that top 8. And then, of course, they want to get as many points as possible to get as good placing in that top 8 as possible. Even if you make 4th or 5th, you're still going to have a better seeding in that gauntlet. You're going to have to win less games to actually get that last spot that's going to be up for grabs there.
Most definitely. And this is the 3rd cup as well. They've only got one more chance next weekend to get into that top 3 or as high of a seeding as possible. So time is for sure running out for these teams. But we're going to take a look here very soon at the first matchup of the day. It's POWERMEN facing off against Big BOORST, and the loser of this one will be sent out of the tournament, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see exactly which one of these teams actually will be making it here. We got Kosaki, Cyfoxy, and Yoski on that Jungle Cleave. And then we got Dazed Thugonomics once again on the Destruction Warlock, and Tuna on that Restoration Druid.
Most definitely. Let's see what they can do here. Right off the bat, we're seeing Cyfoxy and Yosk in the middle here on Thug. He's trying to get out of fear. So quite a bit's happening here already. And both of these teams, they're actually not in the top 3 right now for standings as we currently go into this weekend. So both of these teams, you can bet, are really going to be fighting here for game number 1. We saw quite a bit of series go yesterday to a game 5. And I wonder if that is what we're going to see here. Big Burst, of course, they're one of the only teams in NA playing that jungle. Thugonomics really close to dying, about 1% there. Super close, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. A close call there onto Thugonomics. He has to use that unending resolve. Tuna already using his trinket as well. Things are looking good for Big Boorst, but right now Cyfoxy taking a lot of damage here. And as I say that, he gets absolutely cursed there, dying through that Blessing of Sacrifice, dying through that Blessing of Protection that he tried to remove those bleeds with as well. And this was an absolutely close game here. Very, very aggressive opener here. I feel like we're going to need to just rewatch the whole thing here to break it down a little bit slowly, because that was an extremely fast pace coming in there. They got an insane amount of burst there onto the Warlock. He dropped low. He traded the Healthstone, traded the Unending Resolve. I think that is this moment right here. So Dazed pops that death mark here onto Cyfoxy, and Cyfoxy is slowly rotting down. But look at that damage coming into the Thug there, taking huge hits. He does manage to stabilize there, Kosaki, with the melee wings right now active and running. And you can see here, though, Cyfoxy, even with those melee wings, he's not able to actually top him off. Kosaki actually getting cheap shotted into a coil right there, and he does bubble, but it's just a little bit too late. He gets that Blessing of Protection there onto Cyfoxy as well, right at the end, but it's just not enough. I think he had to sacrifice, and that's why he was a little bit hesitant to using those cooldowns. But the meta is so fast right now, and I actually wonder what Kosaki trinketed in that exchange. I do believe so he gets the scatter shot, he gets cheap shot, and I think he trinkets late on the cheap shot, and he gets the bop, but it's just not enough. So I feel like Kosaki there, he just needed to react faster, but you can't really fault him right now. It is extremely fast paced in the meta. Potentially some miscommunication there between Kosaki and Cyfoxy. He thought, well, I pre-sacked before this cheap shot. You should be okay, but it's just an insane amount of damage coming in from Thugonomics. With those portals, it's just kind of unavoidable damage from those nether portals, and as well with that death mark being used. So I feel like they needed to respect that a little bit more. And otherwise, it was actually looking very good for Big Boorst. They had that huge spike of damage. They got the Unending Resolve and the Trinket, and those are really the only two defensives that the POWERMEN has on their side. They don't have like a Blessing of Protection or something like that. After that, it's just pure kiting and, surviving with fear spam and things like that. So Big Boorst, I wouldn't count them out yet, but unfortunately for them, they fall in game 1.
Yep, super quick win for them. Big Boorst, they're going to be looking to tie this up. As we head into game number 2, we're going to pick a map as well. Looks like we are going to Hook Point. How do you feel like that's going to work out for POWERMEN that they, now that they're playing with their lock?
Well, the lock on Hook Point, not going to have a lot of, room to move around, but, it can be a double-edged sword. I feel like for POWERMEN and for Big Boorst, the good thing for Big Boorst is that Kosaki, the Paladin, is going to have a shorter distance to travel to get those Hammer of Justice, to get the Blinding Light, and to get, those CC chains onto Tuna. The good thing is that Dazed actually will have an easier time as well, because he's playing that Assassination Rogue, and he's gonna have an easier time connecting his blind and sticking to his target. He's gonna have an easier time getting that cheap shot that we saw in that last game onto the healer while also doing damage to the Feral Druid. He's gonna in general just have an easier time to get out more damage and more pressure. And for Big Boorst, they will also have a much easier time to actually kill Thugonomics. So that first game was fast-paced. There was a lot of aggression. This one is going to be even more crazy.
Okay, well, we'll see if Big Boorst can do it. Like Zico did say, they were really close for game number 2 or for game number 1. So they're looking to close this one out here for the second game on Hook Point. Like I said earlier as well, this is elimination, and it would definitely not be good for either of these teams, to be honest, to get knocked out this soon. But that lower bracket, Zico, I don't know what you think, is looking kind of scary already.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's a lot of teams down here who are hungry, and especially for the POWERMEN, you know, I will say that they kind of escaped that one by the skin of their teeth. It almost was one of those down goes moments there for Thugonomics, and you know, they need. I was talking about it a little bit, but the POWERMEN right now in the standings, they are just behind Team Liquid. They are just, you know, on that cusp of being one of those teams that could potentially make it. So they just need every single win that they can get here. They made it to the top 8, but after each consecutive series, there's a lot of points on the line. And who knows, maybe they don't even make top 8 next weekend. You really can't count anybody out. At this point, you know, all the other teams are so strong as well. So for the POWERMEN right now, they have an opportunity here to make a deep run, and for them, if they can get at least a top 4 position, that's going to be really, really good for their standings. So they got that first win. They're going to have the big map advantage as well if we get to, you know, kind of a back and forth. But ideally for them, they want to just get those points right now and try to shut down big bursts before they get going.
Yeah, we're seeing so much of that, like not even in NA, but EU as well, where the, you know, either teams like Poggers yesterday make it in the lower bracket, really strong teams like, you know, Team Liquid, Silver Sentinels not even making it to top 8. I mean, this entire AWC, I feel like, has just been so wild in terms of like where you think that hierarchy would be set up and where it actually ends up as we head into these tournaments. But that being said, we're here into game number 2 already. Days opening up on Foxy already, but he's going to jump away to get on into Thugonomics territory. But Foxy right at the bat already has quite a bit of damage going off of him. This is kind of how it opened up for game number 1. And if you guys remember right, they quickly flipped it around onto POWERMEN, but of course they did get that victory. So we'll see how it works out. Days already using that evasion as well as that Cloak of Shadows. And then Thugonomics is using his defensives as well with that unending resolve. So do we think they get this one, Zico?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. So far, very strong opener. Days in a lot of trouble right now, but Tuna is in broccoli form with that incarnation. Should be able to keep him alive for now, and it looks like they will survive. They have to use basically everything, though. Trinket, Cloak, Evasion, Unending Resolve, Iron Bark, and Incarnation as well. Tuna now caught up in a crowd control chain here into that Blinding Light, that Freezing Trap. Surely he's going to have to Trinket it, but Days eats the trap and dispels himself from those bleed effects as well while he does it. So really, really heads up play there by Days, but he's getting chunked, takes a big hit of damage right there. Tuna, though, catches him up there with the Nature Swiftness, and they did force out the Trinket Bubble and Sacrifice from Kosaki. So just one more hit here for the POWERMEN, and they could potentially take this one, but how are they going to keep Thugonomics alive? They don't have much healing right now. Tuna, no Nature Swiftness. He's going to need to somehow get some nourishes out here. They're swapping to Kosaki. Big damage coming out onto Kosaki here. He's getting himself back to quite a reasonable amount of HP, managed to actually top himself there, and I think he actually got an Avenging Crusader proc right there. Not sure how he was able to do that, but Kosaki now looking great here. Tuna caught up in a CC chain, scatter shot into a freezing trap. He might need to trinket it, but he will sit through it. Still has that trinket in his back pocket, and they still have that Nature Swiftness, so Tuna should be able to keep the team alive for a little bit more, and that next kidney shot onto Kosaki might just be the game changer. I do believe it was actually a Blessing of Protection that they used there, but they're swapping over to Yoski. Yoski has the exhilaration, he has the turtle as well. They're swapping to Foxy now as well. Foxy in the nether portal once again, taking huge hits of damage. Thugonomics secures it here for his team. Big dam coming out, and it will be 2-0 from the POWERMEN. And I gotta shout out Dazed here. Dazed did a phenomenal job there, eating that one trap. Definitely a big shift in momentum, because not only are you saving your healer from using his trinket, which is obviously huge, but also you're dispelling all of the bleed effects onto yourself. And when you're focusing the Feral Druid, Foxy has to sit in bear form, so he can't reapply those bleeds. You're reducing so much pressure when you're doing that. And I think Kosaki actually used a Blessing of Protection there to keep himself alive, but he doesn't have a Forbearance, so I'm not actually sure. Maybe he just got a proc there for the wings. He actually used the Blessing of Protection on the Foxy, so pretty sure Kosaki just did some moves there of his own and is able to keep himself alive. Did a great job himself actually in this series, but here we're going to see the kill, and it will be the nether portal coming out once again. Thugonomics as well with big dam there with the incinerate as well. Nice bash there from Tuna, and Tuna, he's playing that Nature's Vigil as well, so he's going to be adding in a lot of extra damage. You can even see it there on the scoreboard. You know, it's a fast game, 2 minutes only, and Tuna able to do 6 million healing, and also adding in, you know, 300 something K damage there with that Nature's Vigil. So a lot of Druids been opting in for that build lately to just add in more damage, and I feel like that's kind of the meta right now. It's all about getting your damage off, doing as much damage as possible, and just making the healers fall behind.
Okay, well, 2-0 right now, but I mean, that looked close once again. I mean, there was a point where POWERMEN had no more defensives, and it kind of looked like Big BOORST might tie it up. So we're heading into game 3. This is their last chance. Big BOORST at the moment has to basically reverse sweep it, and it might be really difficult. POWERMEN certainly putting up a good fight, so curious to see what they do decide to do next. Also, shout out to Kosaki as well, because it sounds like he, just from talking to Big BOORST, that he's kind of more of a classic player, and he's newer to the retail scene, so he's really been, you know, they've been practicing quite a bit, developing his skills, playing with his team as much as possible, obviously, on that tournament realm. So we'll see what they do here as we move forward. We're going to dollar in tours, and also you can take a look at those builds, Zico.
Yeah, Kosaki, I mean, he's been around on retail for a while as a top tier player, but I think he took a break maybe in Shadowlands and focused more on Classics. So it's nice to see him back. It's nice to see him once again in the scene. And so far they haven't been able to get those wins. But still, it's been a joy to actually watch him. Most paladins actually die to that swap that they did to him, so definitely a good paladin to watch. And if you guys want to watch these builds, you can just type !gear in Twitch chat, and you will get a link to the AWC companion where you can check out all of the secrets that these players are running. You can see here, Tuna is running the 4-set. The 4-set actually quite good for Druid. I feel like it's a little bit underrated. Basically what it does is the 2-set makes it so that your Life Bloom crits more often. I think it's like 8% extra crit. And then your 4-set is when your Life Bloom does crit, the cooldown of your Nature Swiftness gets reduced. So, you know, for Tuna, it really helps because Druids, I feel like they have a lot of healing, but sometimes they have to cast those regrowths, and that's when it can be a little bit dicey to actually get those heals out. Because I do feel like Druid, one of their biggest strengths is that they can get these big, massive regrowths that can hit, you know, 600k, even in dampening. But it's really hard to actually get them off sometimes. So having that Nature Swiftness cooldown reduction definitely helps out. And our map has been selected as well. We are going to the sewers of Dalaran. No one is swapping out their comps. And the POWERMEN, they just need one more here to take it. And Big BOORST, they're going to need to do a reverse sweep. Most likely, this is the only comps we'll see, though. But for Big BOORST, even if they win this match here, chances are we're going to go to Tolvir, we're going to go to Asha mains, you know, we're going to go to the large maps, and they're going to need to somehow perform on those as well. So definitely an uphill battle for Big BOORST after this kind of bad opener to the series. But I'm not going to count them out yet. I feel like the games have been close.
Yeah, they've been really close several times in game 1 and 2. Big BOORST, obviously a very skilled team. I mean, they've made it this far, and there's so many strong teams right now in that North American region. So they're certainly looking to make a comeback. But I mean, that's why it's so difficult when you lose that first game, when you lose that blind pick, how you can just see sometimes how it can really snowball away from your favor. So Big BOORST, this is their map. They picked this one. They're sticking with their comp as well. So you can bet that they're trying to make a comeback here. Excited to see what they can do in game number 3, but right now POWERMEN looking extremely strong and looking to continue on here in that lower bracket unscathed. So the winner of this, of course, we'll be seeing later today to see who will face off against in these upcoming upper bracket matches. But right now, we first got to get through this series. Will Big BOORST make a comeback, or will POWERMEN close this one out 3-0? And I mean, if we do head, because you know we have their fourth player roster, Zico, they've got Fuse, of course. So do you think that if we did end up going to Tolvaron in a 4th game, that they would then actually pick a different composition?
I doubt it. POWERMEN, Dazed is looking way too hot right now, and I think he would be the person that they swap out to bring in Fuse. And Fuse also, I believe he's a Feral Druid main, so I don't know how good it would actually synergize. I think the Acerog just does what a Feral Druid does, but a little bit better right now. You know, especially with that Shiv, having that extra healing reduction is just super, super big right now. So I think for the Powermen, even if we go to a large map, we're just going to see the same composition selected. We're going to just, you know, utilize the space a little bit more, and we'll see if it even gets to that point. Big Burst right now down 2 in this series here, and it is match point for them, so they're going to really need to bring the heat here. In that last game, they went kind of for a little bit more of a split game strategy. I feel like in game number 1, they were targeting Thug on the Warlock a little bit more and not so much onto Dazed. But in that last game, they went after Dazed quite a bit as well. And I'm not sure, actually, if that's the line of play they want to go for. If they want to go for more single target style, because there is different builds for Feral Druid as well. Most people just opt for the cleave build where you just bleed everything. But there is also a single target build that some Feral Druids like to run. So we'll see if they do any kind of adaptations within their specs. But the game is live here. Dalaran Sewers, match point. Powermen versus Big Boorst. And can they find somebody? Oh, they get a sap onto Kosaki. They open up onto Cyfoxy. Already getting the Garrote Rupture. Yoski already dropping to about 50% there as well from Thugonomics. But now Thugonomics could be on the back foot. Tuna already in that incarnation here. Can they get some crowd control onto Tuna? They actually pull the trigger onto Kosaki with the blind into a full kidney with Smoke Bomb here. This is a very greedy play. Cyfoxy trinkets out. And they do make the trade. But what a disastrous opener here. So much pressure already coming out from the Powermen here onto Big Burst as they do force out Cyfoxy's trinket. They force out his big cooldowns there with the Bark Skin and the Revival as well. But now here comes Cyfoxy with big pressure onto Thugonomics. Is Tuna ready to deflect it? Appears to be the case here. Thugonomics trusting his healer there. Does not want to trade the Unending Resolve. The offensive Blessing of Protection coming out there onto Cyfoxy as well, as Thugonomics now finally does make the trade. There's the Unending Resolve. But Tuna here forced to trinket out of the trap. Trinkets into a blind by Kosaki. Can they extend the chain with anything else? They don't even need it. Big Burst put a point on the board potentially here. Cyfoxy might get cross-killed. Huge damage coming in actually from Dazed. This is the death mark, but Kosaki is there to deflect it. They bash up Dazed, and it looks like they will be able to survive this one, but Dazed almost soloing Cyfoxy right there. That game was not looking too good because they didn't have that Blessing of Protection for that death mark. They had no way out basically, but now they should be able to clean this one up. Actually, Dazed bowing out, and it will be a win here for Big Burst. Excellent play from Kosaki there. He blinds the trinket basically instantaneously. We're going to probably see it on the replay. Really, really nice moves there.
I want to see how they got out of that initial setup too, Big Boorst, because that was really spooky for a second there, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were greedy there. The healer sat through the blind, and the druid sat. Look at that, because I guess in a blind, and then they smoke bomb. And Cyfoxy is sitting the smoke bomb as well. It's like, bro, you know, just trinket. One of you guys just trinket. But they managed to do it. They managed to stay alive, and there's that Blessing of Protection onto Cyfoxy. And Dazed doesn't use his death mark, so if they just live here, they win the game. And Kosaki here, look at that blind on the trinket NS right there from Tuna, as he does trinket that trap right there. And unfortunately for Thugonomics, he does fall, and a little bit of that can definitely be attributed to the map. You can see it right here again. Kosaki sitting through the blind, Cyfoxy sitting through, but then at the very last second he trinkets, pops that Revival, pops that Incarnation for a re-stealth as well, and then they manage to turn around the pressure. They get a kick onto Kosaki there, so the Powermen are getting good pressure here, but unfortunately for them, Tuna gets blinded on his trinket right there, and that will be all she wrote. They actually didn't have any more crowd control either for Tuna. That was the Hammer of Justice and the Freezing Trap. So he trinkets out, but they can't shut down the blind. They can't buy himself a little bit more time there, and that's that moment where, you know, the map definitely could be playing a factor, being so, you know, stacked right there. It doesn't really give Tuna a lot of options to kind of stay far away and get his heals out.
But speaking of far away, we'll see if you're Prediction was correct very shortly, Zico. If we're going to a large map, we're going to get the draft process going here. Now it's POWERMEN that actually do get to pick their composition. And I mean, what's their move? I mean, we kind of talked about how you think they're likely play that same comp, but being in a larger map, being on kind of their home turf, what does that change for them?
Well, they're just going to have more space. So we are going to go to ASCENSION, which is one of those big maps here. They're not going to go quite the biggest. They still have Tolver in their back pocket as well. But I think for POWERMEN, we most likely will see the same comp. Maybe they swap it out, but we'll just have to see. I feel like locking in the same thing is completely fine here. I think it will just come down to having that distance, having the Druid far away from the fight, where he can just kind of free heal. And that's where Druids really excel. The moment where the team is playing on top of you, that's when it gets tricky. All of a sudden, you're getting cross-kicked. You know, you're getting stunned, you're getting setups on you, you're getting blinded by Kosaki, and he just has an easy time to close the gap. On a large map like ASCENSION, Kosaki, mounts up on his little horse, rides across the map to try to land that Hammer of Justice. Chances are he gets caught in a kidney shot, he gets caught in an Infernal Stun, he gets caught in a Fear, in a Coil. They have a lot of ways to kind of intercept him before he gets to his destination, which is the tuna.
I started chuckling when you said little horse because it reminded me of Monty Python when he went like that. I've never seen that movie, but
yeah, it's a classic.
Okay, good. Sometimes I make references up here and it just I feel like it just goes over people's head and then it gets weird. All right. That being
Anything
said,
old, usually I'm down with it. It's the new stuff
cool.
I'm not keeping up with.
Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Sid makes a lot of anime references, and unfortunately, I'm definitely not caught up.
Yeah.
All right, so
I haven't seen any of that.
Cool. Glad we're on the same page. I'm sure Chad is flaming us right now. But big burst. Let's see what they can do here in ASCENSION's fall. They finally got a win in this series when POWERMEN were on match point. Are they about to turn it around? Are they here on a momentum swing? This is certainly going to be really difficult for them because they're headed into a very large map. It's ASCENSION's fall. How will this composition do on this map? How will Big Burst do as we head into these subsequent games, Zico?
We will find out here momentarily. Big Burst on match point once again. They've started, the climb here on the reverse sweep. They need 2 more to be able to complete it and deny the POWERMEN. And right now, if you are, where is Gordy? If you are Liquid, you are cheering as hard as possible for Big Burst here to take down the competition before they get fed too many points here, And we're going to just have to wait and see if Yoski and Cyfoxy can get the work done here. Last time around, it was Kosaki with the hero play. Now they're going to need to try to make something happen here as the game is started up. Yoski getting garroted, Cyfoxy in a kidney shot here, and already the damage is coming out here onto Cyfoxy. Full stun onto Tuna. Look at that coil onto Yoski, though, denying the freezing trap. Tuna avoids it because of that coil from Thugonomics. Very, very experienced there on the walk. And there's that Infernal Stun. There's the Shadow Fury. And look at Kosaki. He can't do anything trying to get to his target right there. This gives Tuna an opportunity to reposition far away from the Paladin. It gives Thug an opportunity as well to reposition. And the game is just a lot more awkward here for Kosaki. He's trying to balance the offense and the defense here, but the smoke bomb comes out onto Cyfoxy. Another portal is down. Blinding Light onto Tuna. Into the Hammer of Justice. They gouge Kosaki. Do they have any follow-up CC there? Actually scatter into a trap there onto Tuna. He trinkets out. Manages to keep Thug alive. Thug also trinkets and uses his Unending Resolve. Cyfoxy in trouble. They do have a little bit of healing coming out here, but Kosaki not able to find it just yet. Gets caught up in the kidney shot. Bubbles here, trying to keep Cyfoxy alive. Can he do it? Thugonomics right now looking good, and we are already one setup away here from somebody winning this game. But Cyfoxy is just not staying alive here, dying to the nether portal behind the pillar. Can he go down here? Dazed with the death mark, trying to take the game here and close it out. Can he do it? They managed to root him. Oh, that steel trap is so annoying by Yoski, but they finally do connect here. Cyfoxy, I don't think he's going to be able to live this one. He's already used up 8 of his 9 lives. He's in bear form. He's trying to stay alive, but no, it's not going to be enough. It will be the POWERMEN taking it on the big map, knocking out Big Burst from the competition here and advancing in the slower bracket.
Wow. All right, POWERMEN closing that one out 3-1, but Kosaki really keeping his team alive there for like a really extended amount of time at the end, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to out-heal the Def Mark, you know, and the fact that he almost was able to, definitely good stuff there from Kosaki, but the pressure is just too much, and it just comes down to these blessings of protections. If you're forced to use your blessing of protection before the Def Mark, I think it's right around here where he has to bubble, and I think he actually has to trade the bop as well. And actually, why doesn't he bop Cyfox? Did he lay on hands him maybe? Not sure, but as soon as that Def Mark is active and you don't have a way to kind of remove it, then that's when you're in big trouble here. So for Kosaki, fortunately, he can't keep him alive. It's extremely powerful cooldown right now that the Assassination Rogue has. And also those nether portals. That nether portal basically killed Cyfoxy through the wall, but I'm really curious why Cyfoxy actually didn't get a Blessing of Protection here. I feel like he had two, so... yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Yoski tried to make some hero plays here, but the steel trap ended up breaking there. Cyfoxy not going to be able to stay alive. And the Power Man here, they're going to make it look easy on the large map. And you could see what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame kind of come to life here in this game. As you saw, you know, Kosaki pushed in. He tried to get the CC chain. Instantly met with, you know, an Infernal Stun, Shadow Fury, Gouge, Fierce, things like that, just slowing him down. And then once, you know, the damage cooldowns are fading, even if he gets the crowd control at that point, it doesn't really matter that much because at that point, Thugonomics, he's already safe, you know, he's already been healed up. So really good defensive maneuvers there, but still very close series and big burst. Yeah, they did a good job, I think. They could have easily won that first game and could have been a different series if they did.
Yeah, Big Burst. They are a 3-man team that are formed here in the Dragonflight expansion. So we've got to see just like a little bit of what we can do. But I feel like you're kind of suffering, Zico, from what a lot of these jungle teams tend to suffer from is like they aren't really able to switch anything up when their comp isn't really working in the actual matchup that they're playing. And, you know, conversely, we've got My Way in the EU region. We've seen them make a lot of adaptations this expansion. Like, going forward, what would you like to see potentially Big Burst do?
I mean, it's hard. I feel like jungle is just it's one of those comps where you got to kind of ride or die with it. So for Big Burst, you know, it just always comes down to it. When you're a one-trick jungle, it just comes down to you have to know every single matchup, you have to know every win condition, you have to play it absolutely perfectly. And I feel like in that last game, at least, the biggest mistake that I saw was I'm pretty sure that Kosaki used the lay on hands, and anytime you use lay on hands, it puts forbearance on the target, and you know, you already know Dazed is rubbing his hands together like a little goblin, ready to send the death mark as soon as he sees that. So you just got to play around the death mark. It's way too powerful, you know, to heal through. So that is the big reason why Paladins are so popular, because they are one of the few healers who can they have a good answer into the death mark. So for them, I think that's just, it just comes down to like small mistakes in the game, you know, just too much greed, honestly. There's too much greed. Even in that Dalaran game that they won, there was just way too much greed. Sitting through blind, sitting through smoke bomb, like somebody's got to make a trade at some point, you know, like you can't just tank every offensive cooldown and expect to win. So yeah, I'm glad to see them. Obviously, very entertaining team, and hopefully they just get a little bit more practice and they can still qualify for that top 8 position. Maybe make a deep run in the gauntlet. We'll just have to wait and see. But for the POWERMEN, huge win right here. Like we said earlier, where is Gordy? Where are they? They're not in the top 8. And the same thing goes for Liquid, also not in the top 8. POWERMEN, they are right behind Where is Gordy and Liquid in the standings, which means that the POWERMEN now, I think, actually overtook them in the standings. But it's not going to be enough because you already know Where's Gordy and Liquid. They're going to be back next weekend. They're going to try to make a deep run as possible. So if the POWERMEN can get a good lead as possible, that's what's going to be able to potentially secure them as that potential 3rd seed. So for them, they still got plenty of work to do. And we can quickly see here on the standings, you know, the POWERMEN are 5th with 80 points. And I think after this performance, they've secured themselves another 40 points or 60. I'm not sure about the points breakdown, but it's either 40 or 60. But obviously, they want to go the entire way and get as many points as humanly possible. I think it's 40 points they have. So right now, they would be at 120, and Liquid is at 124. So they're 4 points behind Liquid right now. If they were to get eliminated in their next series, the Powermen. And you can see whereas Gordy is just, 8 points above Liquid. So if they win that next series, they actually will pass both Liquid and whereas Gordy by just, I think, a couple of points. So with Powermen, the more wins they can get, the better their odds are of qualifying.
Yeah, most definitely. Stonks are rising with Powermen. They're going to actually be playing later on today against the loser of the third match, which is Shall We or Luminosity Gaming, depending on who drops for that. So that could be a difficult series depending on the way you see it, but either way, definitely looking forward to seeing what this team can do. And then of course, big BOORST, it's sad to see them go, but we've got one more cup left, so definitely keep an eye on that team as well to see if they can potentially get into at least the top 8, and maybe we can see them in that qualifiers cup at the end of the season. So that being said, we're going to make it to the next series coming up here. It's going to be Hidden Gamers versus Ascension. That's another elimination bracket, another elimination match again, Zico.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very nice match here. For Hidden Gamers, this is the first time we actually see them on the broadcast. So it's going to be interesting to see, what they bring to the table. And I think it's a jungle. I could be wrong about that.
You're right.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna see the Hidden Gamers. I like that icon, of course, and we also have a little Twitch link there to Reedy, so make sure to check him out. It's gonna be interesting to see. I think this is actually I Dared You, who was in my guild on Classic WoW. I'm not sure if it's the same person, but I think so. So it's gonna be interesting to see. And yeah, they are playing that jungle. They also have a warrior on the team, so maybe it's a little bit of kitty cleave or something like that. And of course, we also have Ascension. That's Dopamine, Polymorph, and Wailor. On that, they play Shadow Priest Rogue, but mostly the RMP as well. And for both of these teams, it's about the gauntlet, really. I don't think we're going to see Ascension make the top 3. They would basically need to win this cup and the next one. Very, very unlikely. It could happen. You can't count anybody out. But for them, I think they just want to get as many points as possible and try to make sure that they get as good seed as possible for that gauntlet. And for Hidden Gamers, I don't think they have any points at all right now. So they just need to snag as many points as possible, try to make it into that top 8 by the time the 4th cup has concluded. And then they have a shot in that gauntlet as well to qualify for the finals.
Okay, well, looking forward to seeing what these teams can do. We are going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to see who goes home next. It's Hidden Gamers versus Ascension after this break. Everybody, welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just got done with the first series of the day. It was an elimination round. We saw POWERMEN 3-1, big BOORST, and now, Super Teas, we're moving on to Hidden Gamers versus Ascension. It's another elimination round, and we've got Hidden Gamers, which is a new name to the NA region here for AWC.
Yeah, definitely really ladder experienced players. I know I've ran across them a few times. Reedy is an excellent discipline priest. I dared you. I've queued into lobbies with him on Hunter and one as Boomkin Hunter, so I know he's capable of some good things here. Frenzy as the Feral Druid, but they're actually not leading with that. They're leading with a Warrior pick, which is really interesting. Like we haven't seen this composition yet in Dragonflight. Hunter Warrior. Now Arms Warriors are really strong. Their Blade Storm is super threatening, and honestly, I could see this cutting down a Shadow Priest or cutting down a Rogue. So Hidden Gamers anticipating this composition from Ascension, and we can see Gaten immediately leaping into the fight, but Reedy's in a sap, and Warriors, although they pack a punch with that damage, they are also very squishy. You can see him down at half health at this point, stunning up Palomar for a swap, going into battle stance. There's the Spear Bastion, Warbreaker, big damage onto Palomar, immediate evasion, really good response. You have to trade 1-for-1 on that Avatar procced Blade Storm. It's so much damage, but now they're swapping around, they're cleaving multiple targets. They're on Dippy with sweeping strikes. It's going to be cross pressure. Now we see Powered Shields coming out from Reedy in the backline here with that Rapture, but it looks like Palomar's actually going for crowd control. He pre-paint suppressions the Gouge, anticipating a lot of damage here. Gaten's just going to immediately use that Fire Blood, remove the Death Mark. Really good selection here of racial choices on his part. Now that Death Mark's out of the way, they're going to play super aggressive.
Yeah, most definitely. So expect to see some big damage coming out here any minute. We're about a minute into this already. We're seeing Ascension already blow through a couple cooldowns, but not in trouble. Just have a look at Gaten. Oh, there goes that Void Shift as well. So he's going to be fine for now on the side of Hidden Gamers. That was a close one, though. Oh my gosh, so many setups happening already. I dared you. Starting to see a little bit of a dip in health. Also, Ascension really turning it around here, putting on that pressure despite that initial setup. However, Dippy about 50%. There's that Blade Storm as well, coming out from Gaten's Super Teas.
Oh, but he's still at half health at this point. Reedy sitting through a fear swap onto I dared you, but they're actually just doing damage. They didn't just take him down with pressure, no crowd control. And that is the weaknesses, the trade-offs of the Arms Warrior. They bring huge burst damage, but they are very squishy, very flimsy. And in that position, they just isolated him and were able to run him down. So very unfortunate first game here for Hidden Gamers. They brought out some hidden techniques. One of the first Warriors we've seen, we saw Blizzo try and make it work. Now we're going to see Hidden Gamers try and utilize it here. I'm wondering if they watched EU yesterday, where we saw Shadow Priest, Feral really struggling with these Hunter comps. And that's why they decided to start with Shadow Priest Rogue on the side of Ascension, because this looked really good. Just lots of instant CC for the Priest, removing the ability to use their defenses. Did he have Pain Suppression actually at the end of the game here? This is going to be really tragic if he did, because I think he got stunned. Did they get CC out of it? Right now he's got Pain. Oh, he actually activates Pain Suppression, and he just dies through it, or they wait a little bit, and then they kill him a couple seconds later. They get a full fear, and yeah, Pain Suppression ends, and then they just close it out at that point. There's going to be no support. They're just rampaging on top of them. The main problem with the Warrior here is that your cooldowns can be traded for so easily. If you send your cooldowns on the Rogue, it's Trinket Evasion, and he's going to have that every time. If you send your cooldowns on the Shadow Priest, it's going to be Dispersion, and he's going to have that every time. So if you're not forcing cooldowns outside of those big burst windows, this is going to be something that blocks your kill attempt every time. So I don't really see this composition having the longevity or the power after seeing this game play out to be able to pull that situation off.
Do you think or should we expect a swap then from Hidden Gamers to jungle or something else maybe they have?
If they had like a survival hunter jungle, I think bringing in the Mending Bandage would be really good here, because that's probably what they're afraid of. They probably thought like, hey, we'll just bring in triple dwarf, or at least double dwarf with Hunter and with Warrior, and then we can just get rid of the death marks, and we should be tanky, right? I think on paper that makes sense. It also just seems tough if you don't go Shadow Priest to land crowd control, because he's just going to Mass Dispel. They sent the first go or the first set of cooldowns into the Rogue, and then Shadow Priest can easily deal with any crowd control on the healer, and the Rogue is just going to Trinket Evasion as soon as they see Spear. There's one tactic that I like doing, is just sending your Spear but not using Avatar. So you kind of like, there's a big visual on the ground, and a lot of times people think, okay, Spear, this is scary, I need to trade cooldowns. And then you just hold some of your cooldowns in the bank, wait for them to Trinket Evasion. As soon as Evasion goes down, then you send the remaining cooldowns that you have left. I think that can be better when enemies are kind of just like, if they're using weak auras or anything like that, that suddenly the foghorns start going off that you've activated your cooldown. It can be a good idea to just like pocket some of the cooldowns to use later and bait cooldowns with the spear.
Yeah, well, certainly, maybe they can take some advice from you, but we'll see what Hidden Gamers decides to do up next. They do get to pick this map choice, and then kind of set the tone of the next game. We'll see if they can tie it up here, but Ascension, they've kind of been playing already together for a while, so this might be a difficult feat for Hidden Gamers. Based on the information that they give us, they actually hadn't played together before the first cup, so who knows how many hours that they do have together in practice before they headed into this tournament. I mean, it's a feat regardless of how you look at it to make it to top 8, so this is looking really good for a newly formed roster, no matter how you look at it. So we'll see if they can get it. We'll see if they can tie it up here. But what do you think Ascension is going to do for game 2, or what do you think Hidden Gamers, is going to do for game 2, Supatis, for the map?
Well, I'm wondering maybe if they just run Warrior Feral. I feel like running a Hunter into a Shadow Priest is just not gonna work. I feel like that's always been really tough to win, is into a Shadow Priest as a Hunter. So maybe putting I Dared You onto the bench and trying a combination of a Feral and a Warrior. That way the Feral Druid's cooldowns are as threatening as a Warrior's cooldowns, and you can split those up. You're not just gonna have an evasion immediately negating everything at the start of the game. The other problem with Ascension's comp is with a Discipline Priest healer, you've got pain suppression too. So it's like, you send one go, you get Trinket Evasion. You send another go, you get a pain suppression. You send another go, you get another pain suppression. And it's just, you have to survive for so long. I don't think an Arms Warrior can stay alive that long. So bring in a Feral Druid, get some off healing, which is going to be the best part about bringing in that class with the Warrior. So that way he can heal. He's going to get leader of the pack. He's going to get more self-healing, try and make them more stable, try and make the game last a little bit longer. Because I think the Feral and the Warrior will output more pressure than the Shadow Priest overall. And that could allow them to elongate the match longer than they were able to get in that last one. That's actually what they're going to do, bringing in Frenzy on the Feral Druid, getting a little bit more support, a little bit more stability in their composition. And obviously the players here are going to be some of them at least are going to be broadcasting their point of view. Whaler here on Discipline Priest. So if you want that first person perspective, what does their UI look like? Potentially what do their comms sound like, so you can take away for your own gameplay. One thing that I like that you highlighted just a moment ago about Hidden Gamers is the fact that there's a new roster. I really wonder if they formed their team from Solo Shuffle or not, because I see a lot of players on their roster in Solo Shuffle, so that would be really cool if that was the case, to have that game mode suddenly bring people together, form a team, jump into the tournament, because that's kind of been what I really wanted the game mode to do. So very excited to see if this team can perform now. They're running some lesser or more unorthodox compositions given how defined the meta appears to be for a lot of competitive teams. So if they can win some matches here with some Discipline Priest Cleave compositions, that would be very impressive.
Yeah, and also to answer your question, I know that from when we asked them about how their team forms, they just said through the WoW community playing together on Retail Ladder and Solo Shuffle. So it sounds like that was the case to some degree. So it is cool that we're seeing kind of a new mix of players come into the AWC potentially through Solo Shuffle. So really love to see it. Obviously, I hope this team continues to do well. Hidden Gamers, maybe we'll see them even in Cup 4 as well, depending on how they do here. So really hoping that they can succeed in this series. Ascension, though, I mean, we know that they have been playing together for quite some time here in the AWC. They've got a lot of a lot of tournament experience together. They're already up 1-0 as well. Looks like Hidden Gamers also locked in Hook Point. They're playing that same composition. And like Whaler, you can also take a look at Reedy. He's streaming also if you want to look at his POV as well. So we've got both healers streaming these POVs at the same time. So that's kind of a unique thing that we've got here for AWC this time around. But looks like the gates are going to be opening very soon here for game number 2. Like we've been saying, this is elimination round. So the team that loses this is unfortunately going to be knocked out of the tournament. Won't have any more opportunities to get any points for cup number 3. So Ascension looking to put themselves on match point, or is Hidden Gamers going to tie it up, Sid?
All right, the gates are about to open. Is this composition going to work? A Disciplined Priest melee cleave. We see Gaten just immediately jumping into the fight once again to get combat for his team. Exactly what he needs to do. And Frenzy's really close. He finds Palomar. This is the best opener you can get to shut down that subterfuge triple Garou. But immediately a kidney shot connects. Dismantle and stun onto Reedy. Frenzy immediately using Barkskin here. They've dropped their Spear Bastion, but Whaler is immediately going to drop some defensive cooldowns and deal with that first attack. Actually, only having to use the Rapture. Very greedy opener for Whaler, and they're kind of attacking the healer. I'm not sure if I like this. It's going to be super greedy to leave the Shadow Priest open and free to do whatever he wants. Now they're swapping back to Dippy. Triple pressure would be really good. I think that dotting multiple targets against the Disc Priest is one way to overwhelm them and run them out of mana quickly. Nice trinket here from Frenzy on the Smoke Bomb. Death Mark, good fear coming in from Reedy, denying the Death Mark damage, denying Dippy's damage as well. Really good peels at the moment for those cooldowns. They've still got Void Shift. They've still got another charge of Pain Suppression, and it looks like they're still just gunning down Whaler. He's actually used a lot of defensives. They might be able to take a win here. They're very close to it. They activate Pain Suppression to stay aggressive. They're cleaving down Palomar. Void Shift over onto Dippy as Whaler is going to retreat back to the starting room, but a fear onto Reedy. Oh no, are they going to just go down here? Massive pressure. There's a Psy Fiend. Gaten's trying to kill it. Looks like he's able to take it down, but now Gaten might fall. He's got Dive of the Sword. He's got Rallying Cry. Is he going to trade them out here? He's being greedy with these cooldowns. He's super low. Dive of the Sword eventually is going to be forced here as they're trying to make their swap to Whaler. They've gotten so many cooldowns out of the way from him, but actually there's another Void Shift still. It was Dippy's Void Shift earlier on, so they have to go through 2 health bars with no cooldowns really. They've got a Sharpened Blade. They're trying to go behind the pillar. Here comes the Blade Storm. Massive damage onto him. Is he ready to make the trade? Dippy's caught into a fear at the moment, trying to control the Shadow Priest. Grip onto the kidney shot, pulling Frenzy into the middle of the map. Reedy trying to pick him back up. Frenzy jumping right back in. Can they finish him here? That's the Spear of the Bastion. They might be able to kill 2 health bars, but no, a Dismantle onto the Warrior denies all the damage. Frenzy is now critically low. His healer is stunned, and I think he's just going to go down. There's a Psy Fiend. They need to kill the Psy Fiend. Gaten's moving over. He's trying to kill it, but it's taking so long. A gouge now onto Reedy. Frenzy is praying in bear form that he survives this kidney shot. He's got 4 seconds left on renewal. Reedy's trying to buy time. 1 second left on renewal. Right off cooldown, and they might be able to do it. They might be able to pull off a miracle here. Whaler's trying to block it with the barrier. I can't believe that cooldown came up for Whaler right now. It's exactly when he needed it.
Oh my god, that was absolutely insane. Both of these teams are really mounting that pressure. Hidden Gamers able to stay alive through that insane setup right there, but are they going to be able to make it much longer to try and turn the tables here in this game? Gaten is so much damage and he ends up going down, but that was so good. Really kept this team alive for so long. Sid, actually, are you hoping for a cross kill?
I'm still hoping kind of that there might be, because he's completely out of mana, but that was a huge powered shield. He's behind the pillars, a Psy Fiend. I don't think he's going to be able to get here and do enough damage. His Incarn's over. Yeah, he's kidding. He is donezo with the fear onto the healer. They're so close, man. Whaler got his cooldowns back exactly when he needed. Look at his mana bar. They completely tapped him out on mana here in game number 2. It looked a lot better for them, specifically in this matchup. I think the targeting might be a little bit reckless on their part, but it is Kitty Cleave, which is notorious for training healers. I just don't know if it works against a Disciplined Priest. Like, if they're fighting a Resto Shaman, they probably would have torn him apart really quickly. But I don't know if this works as effectively into a Disciplined Priest healer. So unfortunate for the Hidden Gamers here. They definitely put up way more of a fight. They were able to elongate the match, force basically every cooldown, run them completely out of mana, really put up a lot of pressure onto Ascension, and had a good run for their money. This is the prayer moment for Frenzy, where he's a couple seconds away from his big heal. He's just sitting in bear form, chilling in the barrier, hoping that he survives. And then barrier comes up for Whaler right here when he had basically nothing, and that's enough to stall for him to stay alive with Pain Suppression that just came off cooldown. Maybe Reedy could have sat that blind. I'm watching this back as he gets gouged into a fear, but he would have trinketed something in that chain for sure, and he still died right at the end. Actually, Reedy was like 1 second away from Pain Suppression. It was actually so close on both sides at that point. But if we move into a bigger map, and the thing is, I think they could also play a mage comp. They could run Rogue Mage instead of Shadow Priest Rogue if they know that Feral Druid Warrior's coming their way, that this is looking pretty grim for Hidden Gamers to be able to turn around.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see where we do move to next. So it's Ascension up 2-0 here. They're on match point, so definitely a grim situation, especially considering that Hidden Gamers can't afford to drop any more games. Otherwise, they are out. So they're in a situation where they have to win 3 games in a row, which is extremely difficult for them. So we'll see what they can do as we move forward here. But I mean, that did look really close. If we go to another small map, Super Tees, I mean, could they close that one out? What could they change if they tried to make those setups once again?
Maybe just not forcing the issue as much. onto Whaler, maybe going Shadow Priest, making sure you're in range to always kill Siphene immediately, play a slower game, run the healer out of mana, I think might be a better option. Shadow Priest to Rogue as opposed to Disc Priest to Rogue, like they did in that last game, because I think they'll win on mana. I think 100% they'll win on mana with the pressure that Feral Druid and Arms Warrior are able to put out at the moment. So play the game slower, try and rotate through defensives, keep the damage down as much as possible from the Shadow Priest and the Rogue, and just focus on staying alive.
Okay, well, we'll see if they do decide to repeat that. We're going to get that draft process started soon, and maybe we'll have a little bit of an idea of what's going on here in the minds of hidden gamers. But I mean, you got to really give credit. Like, this is like we know from the information that they gave us, this is a newly formed roster. They're here in the top 8. They're playing against a team like Ascension. I mean, that's got to be kind of a nerve-wracking experience, Super Tees. What do you think is going on in these comms at the moment?
Well, yeah, especially if it's your first time on a tournament or in a tournament broadcast. Like, have you had a lot of time to build synergy, which is like an important factor? Hopefully they're not getting angry at each other, because sometimes that can happen when you're at this point where on match point and you're losing, and that can definitely tilt it into a really bad place. So hopefully they're keeping a level head here, just trying to think about what they could do differently and improve on moving forward to the next game. Just try and do their best here, because they're playing some kind of compositions that are not decidedly made in the meta. We got Palomar, of course, streaming, one of the most entertaining rogues, definitely in the AWC that we've seen from last year. Moving in, nice to see him picking up Assassination here in Cup number 3. It seems to be very important to have the specialization on your roster. And also, I love that they're incorporating their 4th member, Dippy, more. It seemed like they were trying to one-trick as Rogue Mage Priest, but having the flexibility between Rogue Mage Priest and Shadow Priest Rogue is going to make this team really threatening in the lower bracket. So I'm very glad that they were able to incorporate him here. It's definitely been very important for the series. They're thinking about their comp. The fact that they're all still in the party together makes me think that they're not going to change their comp, but maybe they're thinking in the future, if they lose a game here, like maybe we should play RMP for the 4th game or something along those lines, because that one was pretty close. Like, they were out of mana, they had no cooldowns left at the final second. So definitely treating this team with a lot of respect, even if they are a new roster to the competition, but they are going to stick with the same one until they are forced off of it. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron. This is a really good cleave map. I'm imagining Hidden Gamers is going to be the same composition locked in here. Feral, Arms Warrior, Disc Priest as well.
All right, well, they got about 2 minutes to do that. We'll see what they decide to lock in, heading to Runes of Lordaeron, like Sid said. But yeah, it's cool to see Ascension make these adaptations. I feel like we're seeing a lot of sort of long-standing AWC teams do that. They're widening the pool of compositions that they can play. We're seeing a lot of healers, especially, I feel like, kind of make those adaptations. So great to see it working out for a team like Ascension. And hopefully, of course, they do make it into that top 8 in terms of points, so that we can see them continue on. But that's kind of the same story for Hidden Gamers as well. You know, they're kind of coming in a cup number 3, so they don't really have any points yet. So obviously they're looking to move forward here to try and get at least into the top 8 for points, so they can get as far as possible here into the AWC region. So they're about halfway through right now, their timer. So they're really putting some thought into what they want to do next. There's really kind of, because they know that this is kind of their last chance. Their backs are up against the wall. They can't afford to drop any more games here. Ascension looking to put this one 3-0 on the board and just move forward. But Hidden Gamers, of course, don't want to make that easy for them just yet. And I wonder if, since they're kind of running the timer, they might be changing their composition. And now we're seeing a DK come into the mix, Super Tees. What do you make of this one?
Okay, well, this one, I think you kill the healer. Disc Priests don't like Death Knights. That's just been like a story as old as time. I think even if you think about players like Hydromus, who the most complained about class throughout history has probably been a Death Knight, being a Disciplined Priest player. So compositionally, this could be very scary. I'm a bit worried because you lose the ability to disarm the Assassination Rogue. You lose the low cooldown Stormbolt stun. You lose Intervene to protect your Feral Druid. So he's going to be more durable on the Death Knight than a Warrior, but I think the Feral Druid becomes a lot more exposed. But at the same time, you get access to a silence, so you can stun the healer into a silence, and that's why Death Knights are so threatening in these melee cleaves. So I'm imagining this is going to be Zug Zug, just run at Whaler the whole game and really put him through to the test, which is honestly a bold move from Hidden Gamers. When you're on match point, you pick an all-in map and all-in composition, and they're going to have to pray that it works here for them at the last second.
What do you think about this map choices? I feel like when we see a composition like this, the one that Hidden Gamers is playing, they play something like, I mean, I know they already grabbed Hook Point, but maybe like Dalaran or something a little bit more small. What's your take on that?
I think they just don't want a pillar because they don't want to be line of sighted. They don't want the healer to get line of sighted and have to run in close. I feel like if Reedy gets too close to the fight, he opens himself up to crowd control. So Runes Olaron's really open, so he can still heal from pretty far away at all times, as opposed to Dalaran. If Whaler's on a box, then Reedy has to come close to the box, which means he's going to come close to Dippy, he's going to come close to Palomar. So it's a small map, but it's more open. Is the main advantage. So if you want to have your healer be able to stay in the back at least a bit to avoid crowd control while you run in and Zug, I think it's going to be better for that.
Okay, let's see what they can do. Hidden Gamers switching up the composition at the final hour. Is this one going to work out for them, or is Ascension going to close it out 3-0? Let's see who Palomar decides to open up on. Looks like he gets that sap out on to Reedy Sid.
Yeah, nice sap here. Going to be getting a lot of... Oh my goodness. Immediate Icebound Fortitude. Gaines just going all in the open here. Triple Blinding Sleet. I think he's going to die almost immediately unless this is a bait and he's going to use his Fire Blood on the Death Mark, because Icebound Fortitude is a huge defensive to use in the first second of the game. This is really YOLO right now by Gaten, but maybe it's going to work. Maybe YOLO is better in this instance. They're crushing Whaler right now, holding him at half health, but Frenzy's caught in a kidney shot. Barrier comes down. They're going to drop Anti-Magic Zone as well, trying to give as much protection as possible, gripping Whaler back into the fight. Look at this damage. They are shredding them right now, trying to work towards a triple kill, and here comes the Death Mark. Where has Palomar decided to commit this cooldown is the question, because Fireblow is just going to remove it. I'm imagining it's on Frenzy, but we don't see the damage coming through just yet from that Powerhouse cooldown. They really need to force Survival Instincts. Big swap onto Palomar. He triggers, goes to the kidney, Trinket wall immediately by Frenzy on the turnaround. A close call back and forth. Palomar shadow steps over, gets a gouge into Reedy, looking to close out the game. Whaler void shifts, but now Reedy is also going to void shift. He's caught in a stun at very low health at the moment in the back line, trying to stay away from the fight, trying to recover his team, but there's not much defense left here. They're just cutting Frenzy down. It's match point. They've got Strangulate. They got to make a big play. Here's that big play. A grip into a triple Blinding Sleet. They can swap to the healer. They get a bash. Where's the Strangulate? They can Strangulate him here, but they're not going for it. And there's the full kidney. They grip Frenzy out of the fight, but there's a Psy Fiend. He needs to line of sight, but now a gouge onto Reedy. He's at 10% with Barsky coming up, but it won't be enough. And despite their initial pressure in their onslaught, Ascension will survive and get the clean 3-0.
That was a really close, though, that setup from Hidden Gamers. They basically got super low health from almost all three of the members of Ascension. So many defensives were traded out. They really almost had it there. What do you think about if they had played this composition in game one, Sid, and just started with that?
It looks pretty good. I'll be honest. I think if you know that your opponent is a Discipline Priest team, I think utilizing some type of Death Knight comp is definitely a good idea. It brings durability, brings a lot of just gripping people together for the Feral Druid, so you can get bleeds on 3 targets, which is the main power point for the Feral. So there's a lot of synergies here, and it's really good as a counter into a Disc Priest. So honestly, maybe this should have been the composition from the start for them. That's why they took so long in the third pick for locking in. But as soon as you survive that first grip, the first Abominations limb, I feel like the damage starts to pitter off quite quickly. Like if you look at it, Palomar and Dippy don't have a lot of cooldowns, but they're not in the most amount of trouble. I was thinking this might be the turnaround point when he gets this grip Blinding Sleet, and I was wondering why they didn't swap to Whaler and just strangulate him here after he trinketed the stun, but then he gets feared, he gets stunned, they can't turn around, they're just dead at that point with nothing left. So the string of cooldowns for their team just looks like they're running out faster than their opponents. And honestly, being a Druid player, I feel like Frenzy really wishes that he could just be a Dwarf Druid, because knowing that Deathmark is just guaranteed on you as a target is just really mind-racking, because you just know, like, if I Barkskin at any point, I might just die to Deathmark. If I Trinket at any point, I might just die to Deathmark. And it's a really stressful situation as a Druid player right now, because you're pretty much locked into... Well, you can't play any of the racials that would allow you to remove bleed, so it's really stressful in this type of matchup.
Yeah, most certainly. Well, you definitely got to give props to Hidden Gamers for putting up a really good fight. Maybe we'll see them head into Cup number 4 next weekend and maybe get a little bit more points on the board. We'll see what they can do. I feel like this team for sure has a lot of potential, so well done to them. However, Ascension 3-0, they're moving forward in the lower bracket. That was elimination, so they're going to play the loser of match number 4 of the day, so either RNG or Golden Guardians, depending on how that one moves, or depending on how that one goes. But up next, we do have a upper bracket match. We've got Shall We versus Luminosity Gaming. We know that Luminosity Gaming, formerly Kawaii, have been just kind of doing what they do best and winning basically everything. Shall We has really been showing up as well, so any takes on this match before we head to a break?
Well, shall we have some pretty big names like Calvish making the return here in the upper bracket,
Mhm.
Kearney, Korlick, and Nick. It's interesting that the team has like two players that are normally healers, Kearney and Korlick. So deciding which one of them is going to be the main healer in what situations. Are they going to be a rogue mage team? Are they going to incorporate some type of shaman on their roster? Is really the questions that I have for them. At the moment, it seems like the only team that can challenge Luminosity Gaming has been Golden Guardians. I feel like they've had so many 3-2 series. They've been like direct rivals in the region. So it's my, for this week, it's can the Golden Guardians level up and beat them, or is there anybody else that can be even a challenge for Luminosity Gaming?
Yeah, that's for sure the question. We can take a look at where we are here in the bracket. You can see those lower matches, POWERMEN and Ascension, both looking for an opponent, waiting for an opponent from these upper brackets. And then that Shall We versus Luminosity Gaming series that I just mentioned is right there in the quarterfinals. So RNG versus Golden Guardians, that one's going to be a little bit later today. Week for both regions as you get these really strong teams down in the lower bracket. I mean, I certainly know I wouldn't want to get knocked down there to face either of those teams and then have to battle my way back up into the grand final. So it's going to be a big fight, a pretty strong fight for any of these teams. So like I said, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to head over to that upper bracket series. It's Shall We versus Luminosity Gaming coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to Cup number 3 for North America. We're now headed up to the upper bracket for Shall We versus Luminosity Gaming. Now, Luminosity Gaming, Zico, these guys have been an absolute powerhouse in North America. That being said, Shall We, I think they're going to be up for the task. But before we get into that, we can take a look at the standings for North America. And this is actually the updated points. So this is the minimum points that these teams are going to be able to earn. The ones with the stars, they are still in the tournament. There's still more opportunities for them to earn points. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see where these teams fall, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, we can see here the POWERMEN, they're in that 5th spot, and they got 4 points less than Liquid, and they are just behind where is Gordy as well. And it is that top 3 that qualifies for the finals, that get auto-qualified. 4th to 8th will have to play in that gauntlet. So for the POWERMEN, very, very important opportunity here. Both of their main competition, they're not going to be here. They have a chance right now to grab a lead and potentially solidify them in that top 3 position. Likewise, for the Golden Guardians, they are starting to build up a lead between 2nd and 3rd, but they want to continue to build on that lead, especially with POWERMEN still being in the tournament. So for the Golden Guardians, they want to build on that lead for sure. And Luminosity, I mean, they look good right now. I think they are looking extremely good for qualifying, but still extending that lead. And also it's important for everybody else that since Luminosity is more or less, I don't want to use the phrase guaranteed to qualify, but let's say they're looking very likely to qualify. It's very good for everybody else if they continue to soak up as many points as possible. Now, on the flip side as well, we got Shall We right there at 8th. So Shall We, they want to be, taking some of those points from Luminosity Gaming. If they can knock them down here, then all of a sudden their opportunity to get to that top 8 is going to be heavily increased, and they're going to have a shot in that gauntlet, not to mention a better standing potentially if they do qualify for that gauntlet. So for Shall We, huge game. For Luminosity, it's a pretty big game, but it's not the biggest, For everyone else, though, this is a big game as well. If you're a team like Ascension, you are rooting for Luminosity in this one. If you're a team like POWERMEN, you're also, you don't want more competition there. All of a sudden, if Shall We ends up winning the entire cup, then they're going to be threatening your position. So everybody else in the tournament is kind of looking at this game here, and they're kind of hoping that Luminosity actually walks away with this one, because that would reduce the overall competition. But we can see Shall We here. We got Calvish and the boys there quickly, and you can also see Luminosity Gaming. No one is going to be streaming. These guys, they operate from the shadows, Venerugi.
Yeah, it's one of the really interesting things about this roster. Australian, Prev, Brain, and Drake. They're not big into streaming. They're not big in the public eye, but when they come to these tournaments, they're always prepared and they always put on a show. They're extremely good. But I feel like we got to talk about Shall We also. These are some big names on this roster. So you have Calvish on that rogue, Kearney as the healer, Korlik, and Nick. And I really do think that this is one of those rosters that has a ton of potential. They have all the right compositions. They've got all the talent. They are a newer roster kind of coming together, but I feel like the more reps that this team gets, they could absolutely go toe-to-toe with Luminosity Gaming. Like, these guys are extremely good, and I'm really curious to see what they have prepared for this Game 1 Underground Arena.
Yeah, and you said it yourself, that's why they are in that upper portion of the bracket. And I was wondering actually if we were going to see Nick on the mage. Now it's funny because Nick in the past has been an insane rogue, Windwalker, basically playing every single class in the game. We are going to see him on that arcane mage, and we are going to see the RMP from Shall We. So this is a little bit of kind of EU meta versus NA meta in a way. Let's see what they decide to do here in the opener. Of course, it's going to be Luminosity Gaming leading with their Shadow Priest Rogue. We already got the fishnet dropped down here by Nick, catching everybody into that, and they're going after Prev here. Pretty strong opener so far, but Prev deflecting here with a nice fear and a silence combo right there. So that should be, maybe not. Prev will trade out that Desperate Prayer. We'll also use that Vampiric Embrace, and that should be enough defense. He's going to be able to hold on to that dispersion and those trinkets. Drake dropping quite low there, but it should be able to be picked up here. Kearney trinketing out of the blind. Nick dropping dangerously low here behind the pillar. They do force out the ice block here, so already a great start for Luminosity Gaming.
So unfortunate for Nick. He actually had such a beautiful altar time, but unfortunately he got kidneyed and bursted down before he could activate it. Very unfortunate. Now Drake taking a huge hit of damage. Brain going to trade out the sacrifice to try to keep him alive, but good pressure here for the side of Shall We. That being said, there's not many cooldowns left. We've got a gouge on Kearney. Is there any follow-up? Nick is behind the pillar. He's just hiding. He realized he's in so much trouble on that Arcane Mage. Only has one ice block, but at the same time, they get big pressure. Full polymorph out on a Brain. They force out the Divine Shield. That was the life swap, too, coming in from Prev to keep Drake alive. But Nick, I think he may have ran out of time. He's doing what he can to survive, but there's just no more healing, and he eventually does go down. But Shall We? They were forcing out a lot of cooldowns. You could see Brain has nothing left. Prev used to swap. Drake has 0 cooldowns, so even though Luminosity Gaming put the first point on the board, Shall We did not make that easy, and that was, I would say that was a good first game for them.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think they just have to overuse in that one situation where they, their healer, Corlic, uses Trinket, and they have to use that ice block in the same go. If that altered time, if you could get it off, maybe they would actually be able to hold on to that ice block, and then all of a sudden they would have it here. That would buy them enough time to get one more setup, and one more setup could do it. Or if their opener just was a little bit better, they almost had, a big force there onto Prev in the opener. Definitely doing a lot of damage here on that mage is Nick. And you can see here the final couple of moments here of the match. So I think Drake actually sitting on that death mark. And the reason why is because Nick is playing that dwarf. And you can see here Nick in that power word barrier. They get the swap. They get the vanish there from Drake. He's got nothing left. They swap over onto Prev a little bit with some leftover missiles. And then here comes the damage. They get a kidney onto Kearney. And they get I think a smoke bomb actually out of that. They get a silence into a smoke bomb. But Nick blinks out of the smoke bomb at the same time, but doesn't matter. There's a silence, and they're able to get that win. But I feel like the offense actually looked very good here from Shall We. It was more the defense there that needed to be a little bit more polished there for them to actually be able to walk away with this one.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Like I said, that one moment was kind of defining where Nick, he actually had such a good altar time, but got caught in a kidney shot he couldn't get out of. If he could have held onto his ice block, I actually feel like they might have been in like a game-winning position. I also kind of wonder, we have seen Fire Mage tagged in just a little bit. I kind of want to get your thoughts on how that might play out in a matchup like this. Like maybe it would be easier for Nick to get out a little bit more damage. I don't feel like you really lose that much defense. You have a bit of a weaker barrier, but I think just the fact that you can get out damage so much easier might allow them to get a little bit more aggressive in the match.
Yeah, we did see some fire mages being pulled out yesterday. We saw Geller try it. We saw Tillery also try it. So, they had pretty decent results with it. And I think Fire Mage, it could be good in the matchup. But for me, I think they could even stay with the Arcane Mage. I don't think it's that bad because you have that, really, really deadly potential. Like the thing about Fire Mage, into a Paladin, it's not that bad because you can get a lot of crowd control, you can get your damage off. So it's not bad at all. But the problem with the Fire Mage that I've kind of realized compared to like these other wizards right now is that you don't really have like a big heavy hitter. You have good consistent damage. You have good spread pressure as well with like Ring of Fire. You have good overall damage, but your one-shot damage is not that good, compared to an LA Shaman who can just blast somebody, 60-0 in a second, compared to an Arcane Mage as well, which is why the Arcane Mage is so popular. And for me, it's more about the targeting, actually. Now, they went after Prev. Now, I would have much rather seen them in that opener when they got that Mass Invis ring that hit Brain, Prev, and even Drake. He shadow stepped into it. I would have much rather see them go after Brain there, because I feel like an opener like that, if you can get the ring down, hit multiple members, and get the Arcane Surge off before your Mass Invis is over, which he was able to do, I think, in that game, I think instead of forcing nothing there or just a desperate prayer on Prev, you can potentially get the bubble or, a big, cooldown like the Void Shift in that opener. And all of a sudden, that accelerates the game a little bit. And I feel like that's what Nick and his team here of Shall We needed. They just needed to get a little bit stronger opener because at the end, like you mentioned, there was no cooldowns left on Brain, there was no cooldowns left on Drake, and there was no Void Shift. So a little bit better opener. The game ends one go earlier, and potentially it's their victory. So I think going after the Paladin and the Rogue could actually be very, very beneficial for them. We'll see. Maybe hitting the Shadow Priest in between. We'll see what they decide to do, though. Game number 2 is live here in Rookie.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we'll see if they do decide to go after the Paladin in this matchup. Brain has kind of been notoriously one of the most difficult Paladins to take down. We got the Sap into the Ring of Frost. Who are they going after? Looks like they are ready with a cheap shot on the Pred, but I do think they might want to make a swap onto Drake. There's the full kitty shot. Do they have any damage to follow it up? It's going to be a blind onto Brain. He's going to immediately trinket. So a lot of pressure coming in from Xiaoyi. We do manage to get the trinket out of the way, but it doesn't seem like they were able to get that much pressure onto Drake. He does commit the Vanish for a little bit of defense. He is getting low also. Nick putting in a lot of work there on that Arcane Mage. Going to be using that shifting power to reset some of his burst. And I would say, in terms of offense, Xiaoyi looking good so far, and they really haven't been on the back foot at all. Luminosity Gaming has kind of struggled to get pressure at this point of the game. So I would say the beginning stages of this match, Xiaoyi is far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick actually specializing in the best protection there. Gets a full sheep onto Brain right now. Big damage here onto Calvish, though. Can they take him down? They do force out the pain suppression. Also getting that trinket from Kearney. Now a full gouge into a silence onto Kearney as well. Into a Hammer of Justice. Big trouble here for Calvish, but Drake also taking a little bit of damage, but he should be fine there with that sacrifice. Calvish is going to be the one in real trouble here. Uses the evasion. Already traded out his Cloak of Shadows. Still has the Vanish, and he still has that smoke bomb available. He might need to use something. Kearney finally coming out of crowd control. It's going to be Drake here getting blasted, and that will be his Cloak of Shadows. Full polymorph secures onto Brain. They kick the Master Spell from Preb, force out the Divine Shield there by Brain as well. They Master Spell the Divine Shield as well, and they could potentially swap to Brain here and try to get that Void Shift, or maybe even close it out, or they could continue going over onto Drake. They're going to go for Drake. Kidney shot onto him. He trinkets out. Calvish now in trouble. Big damage coming out. There is the Siphon as well. Pain suppression coming out. Kearney is in the kick right now. What is he going to do here? Kearney decides to go for the Void Shift while he is interrupted. Now big damage here onto Drake. That next sheep could potentially be the game winner, but Calvish gets caught in another kidney shot. Big damage with the silence there onto Kearney. He grips Calvish back, tries to keep him alive here. Disarm onto Calvish, and another gouge there onto Kearney. Do they have anything to follow it up? Brain's pushing in. He's got the hammer ready, and he drops it there. Big damage onto Calvish. How is he going to stay alive? Brain trying to take him down, but now it's going to be Drake here caught up in the kidney shot, and it looks like Brain actually will be able to deflect that one. There's the Blessing of Protection coming out, and there is the next kidney shot here onto Calvish. Traded out the power word barrier there from Kearney. Both of these teams, only one cooldown left. Which rogue is going to fall?
That's a good question. Fear on Kearney, fear on Brain, full polymorph lands, but it looks like Calvish is the one who is going to go down. He's trying desperately to get out of line of sight with a gouge onto Drake, but it is not enough. The damage is there, and this is just a completely different turn of events here. Luminosity Gaming, they actually decided to go after the Rogue in that match, and the reason for that is because the Mage, Nick, he started playing Blink. So it's one of those situations, right? If the Mage is playing Blink, he's not as good of a target, but it's also more difficult for him to get crowd control. So they opted to just kind of ignore him in that match and go after the Rogue. Whereas if he's playing Shimmer, then they'll just commit every kidney shot. So Luminosity Gaming making quick adaptations within the match in terms of their targeting, kind of keeping Xiaoyi guessing. And I feel like Calvish was just so far on the back foot. I think they had a good start, but it just seemed like Kearney, he just could not recover. Calvish's health was barely able to be stabilized, even through some of the defensive cooldowns. See right now, Kearney struggling just a little bit. Big fears come in. Prev goes for the counter fear, fearing up both Kearney and Calvish. And at this point, Calvish's health is just not going anywhere. They get the gouge. Nicely done there by Drake. He goes for the Vanish cheap shot, and just they're so good. Luminosity Gaming, they're just masters of the micro crowd controls, making sure they're always getting a stun, a gouge, a silence, a blind, a hodge. They always have something to follow it up with. And it's one of the things that just makes this team so deadly.
Yeah, and I really like that you mentioned that as well. Those mid-game adaptations, they're very quick to pick up on when you swap your talents, when you're swapping your race, when you're swapping anything. They're very quick to notice that and adapt on the fly. This time around, they're going to do that rogue adaptation, and they're just so good at kind of realizing, okay, this is what they changed, this is what we need to change, and then they're able to find those win conditions and execute on them. And honestly, Drake on that rogue, he used to be a Windwalker main. It feels like decades ago at this point, but he just looks like one of the best rogues at this point. I'm not gonna shy away from it too much. I feel like he definitely got the better end of Calvish there. Felt like a little bit of rogue diff coming out there, getting way more stuns onto Calvish, but also I think it's because he's backed up by Brain as well.
Oh yeah, the buffs certainly help.
Yeah, getting those buffs, it certainly helps. And then also just having that pressure on your side, it helps for sure. But there was a moment, where either rogue can fall. You know, they force out the bubble, they force out the trinket, they force out everything fairly early, you know, and Nick was actually doing a good job landing the sheeps and kicking the master spells and getting the pressure out. So I feel like Nick, he did basically what you're supposed to do as a mage in that situation, and they just couldn't find that stun because Drake would get the first kidney into the disarm, and then he would just kite around and then get the next kidney as well. And yeah, I feel like Drake just got the better end there of Calvish. So we'll see if Luminosity Gaming can make this a 3-0, or if Shall We are going to swap things up. They still have, you know, more comps in their arsenal. They could swap out maybe to a different healer. They could swap out to the Fire Mage. There is, you know, options here for the on the table. Or if they just want to talk strategy and just keep the same matchup and try to maybe swap some talents around or things like that.
Yeah, that's been the question for me, is what can beat the Shadow Priest Rogue? It's in the most dominant composition in North America, at least for the last 2 cups, with both Golden Guardians and Luminosity topping the points and having that as their main composition. So I think it's been a bit of a scramble. There's a lot of good teams in North America, but it seems like they just don't have the answers for this composition. Shall We locking in the Rogue, Mage, Priest, once again the Arcane Mage, Assassination Rogue, and if this is their best bet, if this is what they feel like they have prepared, the games have been close, right? There's been moments where Drake has been very scared in the match. I think both games, maybe one good setup away, potentially winning. So we'll see what kind of adaptations Shall We decides to make here. But yeah, we're going to Ashenmane's Fall, and I'm just trying to think of what they could do. Like, can they really go after Brain in the match?
Yeah, I think...
I know in Europe, you guys love killing Paladins, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have Brain in Europe, though. That's the thing, you know. So I am willing to give North America a little bit of leeway on that, because I've seen Brain just survive things that I didn't think it was possible. Like, this guy is literally AI. Like, it's insane. He's not human. So I will say, you know, maybe they have tried killing Brain and he just doesn't die. There's a reason why Super Tease calls him the most difficult paladin to take down. So I'm not going to criticize it too much, but I will say, yeah, in Europe, we love killing paladins. We love eating up these paladins, especially in the opener. Like, again, I feel like in their opener, the opener wasn't bad because, you know, they were able to kind of keep their distance and keep Luminosity kind of cornered at that one pillar and get those rings of fire out and get good pressure out still. But I feel like the opener can be a lot more deadly. When you get that sap, you get that ring of frost down, just send it. I feel like you really don't have much to lose. If that Arcane Surge crits and you can get off 2 Arcane Blasts, it's basically a guaranteed bubble from Brain or a Void Shift. But it obviously comes down to, you know, if they crit, if you can get off the Surge, if they get hit by the ring. You know, there's some RNG involved there for sure. But I just feel like these openers on the Shadow Priest, they don't actually force anything. You can still save your kidney shot and keep the rogue as the main target, but at least do a cheap shot Garrote onto the paladin and see what you can get. You know, try to fish for, you know, a early big defensive there and see what you can get. And then take it from there. You can still hold on to your kidney and then use that onto Drake as soon as he pops out. But at least that way, that initial bit of damage that you're doing is going to matter a little bit more. With that said, I don't think it's going to come down to the opener, but getting a strong opener is definitely going to help you kind of stay ahead in the match, because RMP is very good once you're ahead. When your Disc Priest can just kind of sit back, spam damage, heal with Atonement, and you know, keep your guys offensive. It's when you fall behind and you have to kind of catch up. That's when they're going to be struggling, and Calvish has to kite a lot, and you know, he's not going to be able to actually dish out that same pressure.
Yeah. See what they decide to do. It definitely can be difficult to go after the Paladin, but if they do manage to get that Ring of Frost, I do agree. It seems like a good opener, especially if they don't fully commit the kidney shot. But the problem is Garrote from Drake. If he can actually get there for the peels, it's such a nightmare. Looks like you get the sap on a Brain, and Drake is just not in position to actually get the peels. Finally getting the cheap shot there onto Kearney, Garrote onto Nick, and a kidney shot onto Drake. Or onto Calvish, sorry. So good peels there by Drake. He gets counter kidney shot, but unfortunately it just doesn't seem like the damage is there. Rapture gets traded out very early on here by Kearney to just try to stay ahead of the damage, and they do have a little bit of a lead, but here goes a big setup. Kearney doing a great job. Actually didn't, unfortunately. I thought he actually got the Shadow Word Death there on the blind, but he did have to trade out the trinket. That's very unfortunate with the gouge now out of that and the kidney shot. And look, everyone is just dead. This pressure from Luminosity Gaming is overwhelming. Kearney has to trade out almost everything there in order to survive, and his team is still not topped off. Can they get the ice block? Calvis just sitting back, trying to get some pressure here on the Brain, but they force out the ice block. There's a fear on Kearney, and Luminosity Gaming is an absolute terror. And at this point, I am very afraid for Shawi. This game could be over in the opener. The swap comes in. Now Kearney could just die. They get the pain suppression from him as well. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Kidney shot. It doesn't look like it. Corrode Silence comes in, but I think Kearney should be able to hold on. He gets rebuked. Brain doing an excellent job. He gets the kick, and Kearney, is he going to fall? Yeah, this is the Luminosity Gaming show. These guys are unbelievable.
This was just pure domination from Luminosity. I mean, look at Brain. He still has his entire spell book. I think he sent the offensive bubble there at the end. The man just did not care. Yeah. He bubbled and then kicked the MD. You know, oh, man.
This game could have just been a montage. Like, I swear. This is just... I don't know. What are you doing to this team? Like, I don't want to say I'm convinced they're unbeatable, because I know that's not true. But, like... This game was just like, you got to be very sad if you're Shawi.
I mean, just look at the cooldowns already. Currently, he hasn't been able to do anything at this point. Brain, what does he bubble here? He actually just bubbles offensively and then just kicks the MD. Like, they instantly swap there on the void shift. He pain suppresses himself, then he gets garroted, then he goes to the MD, gets kicked on the MD, and then you just kill him outright. And I mean, what do you do if you're Kearney in that situation? Like, look at your team right now. You sat a blind, you got feared, you got silenced. Calvish is dead. Your mage is in block. Your rogue has no cloak, no evasion. He's rotting down to pressure. Like, everyone is just dead. And Brain, he's just chilling. He's got Avenging Crusader up. He bubbles. There's the void shift coming out. Brain just sends the bubble, walks into the smoke bomb, tries to keep Drake nice and offensive, kicks the rebuke. You know, just another day in the office here for Luminosity Gaming. And this was just pure, like you said, this is just a montage. Like, this was a pure domination start to finish. Like, you actually,
It's so crazy too. Like, I feel like it's just really important to mention, like, Luminosity Gaming, the players they're beating this way are very good. Like, these are some of the best players in the game. Like, you have Nick, Calvish, Kearney. These guys are absolute monsters at their class. Like, they are insane. That, I don't want to understate that, but Luminosity Gaming, they just put these players on the back foot. Like, them playing this composition is just so unbelievable to watch. But yeah, really dominant series from them again. The question is, can anyone beat Luminosity Gaming, or is it going to be an absolute steamroll of North America once again? I feel like the only team that's really given them a big challenge is Golden Guardians at this point. The Golden Guardians are like, they're the hope. They have to win the mirror match, and can they do it? I think is going to be kind of the story of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Can these guys lose? Like, is it possible? Because so far, it doesn't appear to be possible. Luminosity Gaming is just, they're just unreal. And it really will come down to potentially that match with the Golden Guardians. Like you mentioned, the Golden Guardians, you know, they are on a kind of a crash course right now, heading into potentially an upper bracket final against Luminosity Gaming. If they win their upper bracket match, they will be fighting off against Luminosity. So that's how we're going to kick things off tomorrow if the Golden Guardians wins today. So it definitely appears to be, you know, that it's just going to come down to that Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin mirror. And I feel like if Absturge had the same experience on Paladin as he does on the Shaman, I think the Golden Guardians, like, they would probably be 1-1 right now in those like series. And even despite, you know, Absturge kind of being on his alt, he's been performing very well, and they have been actually had, you know, extremely close matches. I think it's been 3-2 between them when they fought off. So definitely interesting to see, you know, but this is kind of the result that you're hoping for if you are the rest of the North American region. You are hoping for Luminosity to just continue dominating. You're basically accepted at this point. These guys are going to go to the finals. They're going to get, you know, potentially that first seed. So for Luminosity, they, you know, you want them to soak up as many points as possible. You know, if Shall We starts beating them and maybe wins the cup all of a sudden, a lot of these other teams like Liquid, where's Gordy, like the POWERMEN, they are going to start to be worried. You were going to say something, man?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was important to note Liquid, right? Like, Liquid they're a household name in North America, and they haven't made it into the top 8 for the last 2 weeks. obviously extremely disappointing for them. But if they're watching this tournament, what they want is exactly what you're saying. They want Luminosity Gaming to come in first place. They want Golden Guardians to come in second place. They want these top teams to soak up all the points so people aren't able to pass them, right? Like if RNG, POWERMEN, Ascension, Shall We, they have a deep run, they get like a top 2 finish, then all of a sudden things come a little bit less stable for Liquid. And right now they have a lot of points that they were able to earn off the back of that really good week 1 performance. And it is possible, like Liquid could still be in a good spot, maybe not to make the top 3, but at least to make the top 8, if this kind of pattern repeats itself of Luminosity, Golden Guardians just kind of soaking up all the points and making it difficult for some of these newer rosters to actually, get a significant amount for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Liquid, you definitely are hoping exactly for that. And yeah, if you are Liquid, you're also hoping for the demise of the POWERMEN, because the POWERMEN right now, just 4 points behind Liquid, and I believe 12 points behind Where Is Gordy. So if they win their next series in that lower bracket, which will be coming up a little bit later today, then all of a sudden, they're going to be passed, and they're going to pass 2 teams and actually snag that 3rd spot. So for the POWERMEN, their fate is kind of in their own hands at this point. But we will get to that a little bit later. We got the Golden Guardians versus RNG coming up here. And this is, like we mentioned, it's going to be a very, very important game for the Golden Guardians to start solidifying their position in, that top 3, and to make sure that they get that guaranteed qualification spot. For RNG, it's going to be important to get them into a good spot potentially for the Gauntlet. And for the rest of the North American region, teams like the POWERMEN, teams like Team Liquid, teams like Where Is Gordy, they want the Golden Guardians to win here because of the reasons we just mentioned.
Yeah, and we'll see. RNG, they're still in the upper bracket. They're going to be going head-to-head with the Golden Guardians. What do they have prepared? Can they take a win off this team? We'll have to see after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to Cup number 3 for North America in the AWC. We have an amazing series coming up for you. It's RNG going up against the Golden Guardians. And I think the question for this weekend is kind of being, can anyone beat Luminosity? Can anyone beat Golden Guardians? What does RNG have prepared? But before we get into that, we can take a look at the standings and where all these teams have kind of found themselves, Sid.
Yep. So where's Gordy and Liquid? They're not in the top 8 this week, which gives big opportunities for POWERMEN and Shall We possibly in that lower bracket to have a run and take their 4th spot. If they have a really deep run, possibly take a 3rd place position, which is probably the most important position you can get as the top 3 because you're guaranteed into the North American Finals in that case. If you do not get top 3, you will have to play in a gauntlet tournament with the other remaining teams. 8th will fight 7th, and then the winner of that fights 7th, 6th. And it'll continue on until we have our 4th team. So you really want to be avoiding that gauntlet as much as you can, because especially if you're towards the bottom end of it. So this is a really good opportunity for those teams to pass them. And then we've been talking about it all day, like who can beat Luminosity Gaming. It seems like Golden Guardians are the only ones that are able to consistently take matches off them. Let's see if they can make it past this team, though, to have another shot at them. RNG going to be leading in with that Destruction Warlock, Windwalker, Resto Druid composition. I still feel like this is a really scary composition to run a Resto Druid, especially one with a Windwalker monk as well. So let's see how they navigate this.
Yeah, let's see how they do. Gutso and Nazem have been really good at this composition. They practice it quite a bit, so curious to see what they can get done. It's going to be a Paralyze onto Absurge, slow him down just a little bit. Gutso rolling over, trying to get some pressure rolling, and it looks like he does get a double leg sweep, but at the same time, Nazem's in so much trouble. The kidney shot, he's in a smoke bomb, forced to trade in a huge way. That's Iron Bark. That's the Unending Resolve. That's the Stone Form. They need to get some counter pressure because I feel like RNG just traded out everything that they have to keep Nazem alive, and it still couldn't be enough.
It's Deathmark now. He's just going to die to damage, I think. Dev's trinkets out of a kidney shot. Peekaboo actually gets feared. Really good peels, but look at the damage on Nazem. He's just dying to bleeds. Peekaboo's not even next to him. Shadow steps over, double garrote. This is it. Blinding Light connects. Nazem is just dead. Abster's just going for the kill, and he's going to get absolutely smacked. This is what I was talking about. Like, you can't play a combo like this with a Resto Druid. You just can't yield through Deathmark. The fact that he had the Stone Form on top of Unending Resolve, on top of Iron Bark, and then immediately died seconds later, like, this is so scary for them. I just don't see this working in this particular situation. It's the same reason I think Where's Gordy didn't make it into the top 8. Just being a Windwalker team when Holy Paladin is so prevalent in your region and Assassination Rogues are so prevalent, and they didn't even go on the Windwalker. They just went on to the Warlock. This is where Peekaboo's Deathmark is just ticking on Nazem. His full row of bleeds are just look at Nazem's dying while Peekaboo's not even next to him. He's just crowd controlling the healer, steps over, reconnects, and he just dies to dots behind the pillar. Absurge. What is it these Holy Paladin carries, dude? Getting these kicks. We got Brain with a kick, like MVP Paladin plays between Brain and Absurge. If Absurge is leveling up his play here, it's definitely going to be really good for the Golden Guardians later on in this tournament.
I want to call it one thing that Absurge did here, which was really nice. So Nazem actually ported on top of Devastonia, and when Absurge got the Blinding Light, he had a really good angle to not knock the bleeds off Nazem. So, I don't know if that was just lucky or what, but if Nazem had actually ported, if Nazem had actually ported on top and got the bleeds knocked off, there is a chance that he would have survived there on that Blinding Light. But this is why I feel like this is the composition and why there is a difference between North America and Europe. This one composition, the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, I swear it just deletes druids. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do as a druid. You can't heal. All your hots are being dispelled. Even when you can heal, there's shiv. There's unlimited amounts of crowd control on you. So RNG, I don't know if they have a different healer. I don't know if they have a different composition that they can run, but I feel like if we see this matchup play out, I think this is going to be a 3-0 for Golden Guardians.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like they need to play something. Maybe they're just walking it off. Like, maybe bad game.
Shake it off. Let's see if they can do it.
Maybe like Trinket Port on the bomb was better than Wall in that instance. So there's a couple different lines that they could try and take for that opener, but it's just so much pressure overwhelming them. They have a 4th player this week. They brought on Reverbs, who I believe plays a Devastation Evoker. Could have a Bleed Dispel, but then you're just going to be the target. But if you played Evoker Destro, leave a Destro free casting, that could be really threatening. There's not a lot of interrupts on Shadow Priest Rogue, so you just get spam fear onto the whole team. And then if Evoker gets his burst off with Destro damage on a Bane of Havoc, I actually wouldn't mind seeing that, but I still think the Resto Druid's a liability. I think if they had a Paladin healer, that maybe that could actually be really good in this particular situation. I think that spammable crowd control classes into Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin is really strong because there's no kicks. you get to free cast if you run double caster.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do end up doing that. Of course, shout out to Peekaboo. You can check
good.
out his stream.
He's just chilling, dude.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the stress for Golden Guardians is only going to be if and when they end up mirroring Luminosity Gaming. Other than that, this team seems very confident. These guys are masters at the Shadow Priest Rogue. The synergy that the three of them have, it's quite remarkable. It's something that they've been playing for such a long time. Peekaboo and WizK, their offense is incredible. Absurge backing them up on that Paladin. I feel like for being kind of an ult Paladin, he's been doing a really good job. We got to give a big shout out to Absurge.
He's not even in stealth. He could just sprinted in, not in stealth. That's so... Wait, is he giving him like a handicap? That was so BM. He just ran in like that. They're not even going to get an opener here. They're just immediately targeting the Warlock. Kidney shot, gouge on the Windwalker, step blind onto Devi. He's baiting him to Trinket. He wants to swap Druid here, I think. He's going to sap out of the blind. He really wants the rest of Druid to Trinket, but they don't have a lot of pressure to force that situation. Nazem's just going to Dark Pack, tank, and absorb a lot of damage here. And they actually get to sit through blind sap. Really important right now for the team of RNG. Here comes Serenity, a big hit of damage, and Absurge immediately going to trade cooldowns to the Peekaboo. But it looks like they're swapping the damage onto WizK. Is he ready for this? Big heals coming out. Absurge keeping the team stable for now. They're actually swapping to Absurge. I really like these swaps from Gutso, going all over it onto multiple targets, forcing so many cooldowns and trying to find an opening. Devi here going to pre-Ironbark himself, get into bear form. They're just running at the Druid. I feel so bad for Devastonia right here. If they don't peel Peekaboo off, he's just going to die to the Rogue. It's unhealable damage. Here comes the Death Mark. He's going to die through Barkskin, I think. Tranquility Shield. And I mean, look, he's dying through the Tranquility Shield. He's immune to damage other than dots. He's just dying, drops a smoke bomb, kind of just cheeky smoke bomb swap onto the Windwalker. But Devi's still just dead. He's going to get shivved again here in a moment. He just can't heal through the damage. He's cornered. He's pinned in a corner. It's just like, make it stop. Make it stop at this point. Just get him off me. Something. He needs help right now. How is he still alive? Hellstone, Adaptive Swarm, Frenzied Regen, trying to make his way and escape. He's got the gateway, possibly. He's not going to use it here. He's just going to wrap around the corner. I can't believe he's alive right now. This is like a historic moment for Resto Druid to still be alive after that.
You gotta, I mean, Nazem and Gutso must have been pulling off some miracles there, but Peekaboo is still on his back. He's got nothing. Beautiful gateway there by Devastonia. I feel like defensively he's played well, and maybe Peekaboo might go down. He's caught into a leg sweep. This is an overwhelming amount of damage, and this is one of the problems. If you don't go after the Warlock in this matchup, and you leave a Destra Warlock to free cast, he can put out a lot of devastation. Paralyzed now onto Absurge. Nazem's getting incredibly low as the Golden Guardians turn their attention onto the Warlock. WizK getting incredibly low. Manages to catch a huge heal there by Absurge. And RNG actually has a little bit of a lead. Can mana actually matter in this matchup, or is Nazem just going to fall? It is going to be the Psy Fiend out from WizK, but Nazem doing a really good job just avoiding that, getting behind the pillar, getting out of line of sight. Peekaboo going for a bit of a play here, but might get punished. Gutso on that Windwalker Monk can burst him down really quickly, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Nazem just so incredibly low, and there's no defense left. There's a full blind. If he gets the sap, I think that's GG.
Oh, he gates away from Peekaboo. Peekaboo hasn't connected just yet. He's kiting him, Shadow Step Garrote. Reconnects in the last second of the sap. Double fear, though. He might just die through Dark Pact here. They're cutting through the shield. He ports behind the pillar, doing whatever he can to just try and stay alive. A coil onto the disarm here of Peekaboo. Into a leg sweep. Can they 100-0 Peekaboo through sacrifice? They need the kill right now. Can they do it? He's down below half, but Nazem's got nothing. Tree of Life is not even enough here to stand against Peekaboo's Assassination Rogue. He's silenced. He has a Trinket of Silence. He's still going to die. Absurge is rolling up. Gets the Hammer of Justice. And Nazem is going to get crushed in game number 2. And man, there's no way, man. After that performance, you still can't pull off a win. I'm losing faith in this composition.
I do want to give a shout out to RNG. I really feel like they had a good game. I mean, they lost, but I feel like they did really well defensively. They're kiting. The fact that Devastonia was actually able to survive that all-in is something we really haven't seen before. And even during that kind of like desperate moment there for Nazem, his kiting, his port positioning, I feel like they had a really, really good performance. And it's like you said, right? If you can't win a matchup like this, like if this is the game you can't win with how well it went for you, I kind of feel like this composition just isn't it. And the shiv from the Rogue is just so hard to deal with. I mean, I really don't know what RG could do. There were signs of life. They had this nice leg sweep here on Peekaboo. I do like the fact that Gutso was able to get out so much damage. I'd be interested to actually see the scoreboard of what he was able to accomplish on that Windwalker Monk, because it seemed like Absurge was actually pressured quite heavily. I called it out during the game. That mana might have ended up being a factor in this match, but I think it's just so unreliable to bring the game to the late stages. You can see Gutso actually was able to top damage, barely over Peekaboo, but still, I think they had a good performance.
It's really rough. I think the main problem for Gutso is that his cooldowns is just a bop, and there's not really a reliable purge that can completely negate it. The Paladin cooldowns just trade so effectively for you on the Windwalker. It's just hard to create scenarios. And even though Nazem was free casting in the beginning stages of the game, he's mostly just spamming Fear and hoping that his Druid doesn't die, so he's not even getting the damage out that he really needs. And Paladin is super effective at healing through Destro damage because it's just kind of sustained, kind of single target, little bit of cleave. That's exactly what Holy Paladins want to heal through. So like you're just running literally the worst options into the best options. Druids hate Assassination Rogues and Shadow Priests. Warlocks hate Holy Paladins. Windwalkers hate Holy Paladins. It's just like, what are you're just trying to stack the odds as much as possible against you, and if you win, you're just insane. But like, there's got to be something else here. If they've only got a Druid, that's just what they've got based on the ladder. I'd like to see them try an Evoker DPS, and maybe the extra Bleed Dispel from them to help the Druid. If they go after Druid, might be enough. They get Sleepwalk and Fear, more spam crowd control, and just win on like a one-shot burst from an Evoker. It's probably better odds because you're not going to bop the Evoker burst like a Windwalker. I almost think of Devastation kind of like a Spellcaster Windwalker, at least the way that it plays at the moment.
Like a Ret Paladin, I think.
Dragon Ret Paladin.
It's like a flying Ret Paladin.
All has all the mobility the Rets wish they had.
Yeah, but its damage profile is kind of like that. I do think that they're, the big problem with Devastation is I still feels a little bit squishy into like the Assassination Rogue. But I do think the fact that you have that Cauterizing Flame, there is potential. It is really useful against the Assassination Rogue, and maybe even like an Evoker Windwalker. Like, what do you think about that? Like Evoker Windwalker. Do you think like without having the Warlock to spam peel, like they're just gonna get completely ran over? What do you think about that composition? Because it is something that I've played before, and it didn't seem too bad. Like, I don't know if it's gonna do well into Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, but wow, you got Absurge and Absurge but reverse.
2 times the Mariah Carey, 2 times the Sturge. You can't ask for much more than this here in the AWC North America day 1 of Cup 3. And no, they're sticking to their guns, their main composition. This is just what they've prepared, what they've practiced against all odds. Literally every single class they're fighting counters every single class they're choosing on the side of RNG. This is going to be an uphill battle. If they manage to reverse sweep this, it would be absolutely legendary on their part, because I feel like the Golden Guardians, it's kind of just like watching them play with their food at the dinner table at this point, just kind of just rolling them over. So maybe they can pull off a miracle here, but it would be absolutely a miracle to see them reverse sweep in this situation.
Well, I really think of Golden Guardians just that I think they made a risky line of play, and I think normally when you take that line of play, the Druid ends up just falling over. But the fact that he didn't actually made the game kind of dicey for them. So I feel like the Golden Guardians, they probably won't mess around with any Druid swaps. I think they can probably just go after Nazem in this matchup, make it really safe, keep mind numbing on him, keep the kidney shots on him, really limit his damage. And I feel like in terms of offense, RNG is going to have a really difficult time getting anything going. Peekaboo is there to shut down the fears, the incinerates, all the casts that the Destruction Warlock wants to get off. I feel like that really is the most challenging thing about being a caster, is when you are fighting that Assassination Rogue. They have so much disruption for you. It can be really difficult to feel effective. So I think the Golden Guardians, what they should do is just don't take risks in this matchup. Don't even mess around with the Druid. You have so much crowd control for them. Just go after Nazem. And for RNG, they're going to have to capitalize on mistakes. Like, I feel like if this game plays out the way it should, RNG should probably lose this one, but we did see those signs of life in the match in game number 2. Let's see if RNG is going to be able to find those windows, take advantage of them, and find that big one-shot damage that the Windwalker Monk is looking for.
All right, gates have opened, pressure's at its highest. I honestly kind of like Devastonia's team just like playing back, like don't engage. Just wait as long as you can. Try and get as much dampening as you can for the Warlock and the Windwalker, because before that point, I feel like the Rogue's going to be favored. But they actually get a fear. Oh no, it's a double. They've isolated the Warlock. They're going for the throat right here in the opener. Fiend is down. Gouge, Hodge, everybody is crowd controlled. Nazem going to portal back behind the pillar and try and escape, but they kind of held their threats here. Now they're swapping to the Druid in midfield. Devastonia immediately ducking for cover. They catch Peekaboo in a double leg sweep. Good counter engagement here. They get the trinket from the Rogue. A key cooldown from the side of the Golden Guardians for RNG's potential to have victory. Can they close it out? They've got tremendous pressure here, the most we've seen in the series. They're so close to a kill. Abster's just struggling, trying to pick his team back up with the Avenging Crusader finally connecting, and now Nazem forced to retreat away with a full blind onto his healer. Peekaboo's all over him. The blind actually ends up, it looks like it might have broke to damage here in this position. It ended up ending early, so Devastonia is going to get to walk off of that scot-free. This is the best case scenario for RNG so far in this series. If they don't win this game, man, there is no hope for them.
Yeah, beautiful paralyze on Absurge. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find the stun on Peekaboo. There's the rake stun. Devastonia playing very aggressive in the match, but he finds himself in a fear. This could be an absolute disaster. Is there anything to follow it up? WizK is there with the Psychic Core. Nas himself is going nowhere but down. That's going to be the Stone Form as well as the Trinket from Devastonia. So RNG trades out in a huge way on that death mark, but they still have the unending resolve. Nazem's still going to have his trinket, so there still are options here for RNG to survive. And Peekaboo is in a lot of trouble. There's a big leg sweep coming in for Gutso, but Absurge is there with the Avenging Crusader. He's got big heals, and Peekaboo is not going to be in danger.
Really good trades by Absterch here, but he is running out of cooldowns, so if they can't close it out here soon, they might be in trouble. It looks like Nazem might be playing an Imp, because that Blinding Light actually just got removed on Devastonia, which is really important here in this game, but Nazem's getting pressure. Ring of Peace on the Smoke Bomb, bouncing Peekaboo away into a full fear. Nazem spamming up fears, trying to get crowd control and slow down the game for his Druid to be able to recover, and I think if he's swapped to an Imp for Dispel, that could be really key in victory here. There's a lot of magic crowd control. WizK forced into the Dispersion, the best game we have seen from RNG so far in the series. They got a clear win condition as long as they can connect this leg sweep basically off cooldown with Serenity, possibly with a bash. Is Devastonia going to make the play for his team? He's line of sighting. WizK's rolling in. You get crowd control. Peekaboo's all over the Druid. He's got no trinket. Fear onto the DPS. This could be it for Devastonia on match point. Can they get him to safety? They managed to buy him time a little bit, but Peekaboo's coming around the corner. WizK's getting blasted. They actually take out WizK in a huge swap. No trinket, no disperse. They saw the opening and they took it. What a phenomenal performance from RNG. Everything stacked against them, and they made that look clean.
Wow. I gotta say, I really like the way Devastonia played this, although it's like a little bit unconventional and super risky. He really like compromised his positioning in the beginning of that game, kind of relying on the fact that Nazem could actually get peels. So at the beginning, he actually found himself in a double fear. They made a swap on him, but Nazem was there to get the counter pressure. We're not going to see it here in the replay, but you can see, I mean, Nazem and Gutso, they did a really good job actually trading out their defensives and rotating. RNG, they bought themselves kind of the time that they needed to get back to Serenity, that huge hit of damage. So right now you can see Gutso, he's going to be rolling over, and there is a response. I'm curious to see if Absurge had a moment to get the Blessing of Protection. No, he gets feared. So yeah, just a really good job. Absurge almost had his trinket up just a few seconds. That was such a narrow window that RNG could really take advantage of, because if Absurge had his trinket, it would have just been a trinket and then a Blessing of Protection, and WizK would have been completely fine. So really good job there by RNG, finding those little bit of moments that they can actually capitalize on, find that burst kill, and they put a point on the board. And where do you think we're going from here? Do you think we're going to a small map? I kind of feel like we are.
I think it's Hook Point. I think Devastonia is going to be entering Nightmare territory. It's no longer the Emerald Dream. It's going to be the Emerald Nightmare for this Druid in this situation. You're never going to wake up. Just you're going to hear the sound of a kidney shot for eternity in your sleep with full bleeds ticking. So this is going to be a rough one. If Devastonia can win on Hook Point, like, he's a god. I'll just say that. Like, if he can beat the Golden Guardians as this composition on okay, Runes Lord on. I don't really like this because there's no pillars to line spam fear. With Hook Point, you can like quickly move to a pillar and line a lock. So actually not the biggest fan of this map, but maybe they're just gonna be super reckless. Maybe this is literally just target the Druid, start to finish, every kidney, I don't care type of game from the Golden Guardians.
It can be scary to do that. I mean, we have seen Druids fall, but I feel like Windwalker Monk, like when I play my Monk, even though you can die against these compositions, it actually does feel like you have some nice tools as well to actually help out your team. Like you put a Paralyze on Peekaboo and then Dispel the poisons. That buys you a little bit of time. You have the Grapple Weapon. You have the Ring of Peace. You have a lot of like burst damage to kind of scare the Shadow Priest. So I do think Windwalker Monk is relatively effective against Shadow Priest Rogue in terms of just your disruption. And I think Destro Warlock is kind of the same, right? Like being able to drop out the Infernals and get the multiple coils Training the Druid in this matchup, I think, is a bit of a risky line of play. We have seen Druids just fall, like we've mentioned, but I feel like if there's anything you want to peel you in a matchup like this, it is going to be that Warlock and Windwalker Monk as a Druid. I would think maybe you'd want like an Evoker for like a Dispel on the Bleed, something like that. But I do think that it is a risky line of play to go for that all in. So maybe this map pick could backfire, like you said.
All right, here we go. It's match point. It's Runes of Lordaeron. RNG leveled up immensely in that last game, like insane performance. They were all over the place with their targeting, knew the fastest line to victory, got every key, cooldown when they needed to, stayed alive in situations, defensively looked the most solid that we've seen so far. So if that's any tell for possibilities for them, it's certainly going to be a good case. But they have to win now on the Golden Guardians turf. They have to win on these small maps. They're no longer going to have the safety nets of their map selection for the rest of the series. And these small maps as a Resto Druid, getting close to the fight, getting engaged next to a Rogue and next to a Shadow Priest, next to a Paladin, is basically the most dangerous situation you can be put in. So let's see if they can deal with it. I'm excited to see if they can now, because now I'm thinking like, dude, if they can win with this comp, like this is insane here on Runes of Lordaeron.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Golden Guardians could play the Shaman too, and if that would be better to actually have Absers on the Shaman for more offensive purges. I'm not convinced of that, because I feel like you're a bit more frail, not being able to like blessing and protection out of the leg sweeps and stuff. But Golden Guardians obviously going to be opting for that Paladin here. Let's see what kind of pressure they can get, how RNG is going to deal with this. Devastonia, like I said in that last match, he did such a good job, I think, like kind of baiting them to go on him and allowing Nazem to get a little bit of breathing room in the match. I also think RNG did a really good job kind of rotating through the defensives and not really overlapping, buying themselves the time that they need, because I do think Golden Guardians is on a bit of a timer here. Eventually, when those leg sweeps do land full, the fears are landing full, that's when the match is going to be scary. Peekaboo going to be opening up the Garrote kidney shot here onto Nazem. See if they can actually take him down. Devastonia gets caught into the Psychic Core, but WizK cannot get there for the fear. Unfortunately, they do manage to find the silence, and Gutso is actually rotting down. So a little bit of a different approach here from the Golden Guardians. They're hitting multiple members, but now it's Serenity. Now is the scariest moment in the match for the Golden Guardians. We got a full blind on Devastonia at the same time. Abster just taking a huge hit of damage. Doesn't have to trade out the trinket. Nazem's getting incredibly low. Beautiful grapple weapon, and they're not fully panicking at this point. That is going to be the trinket, the unending resolve. Nazem could easily just fall in the opener. Abster is there with the crowd control. He's got the blinding light out of the Hammer of Justice, and I don't think Nazem's going to be able to survive this one. A beautiful all-in. Devastonia, unfortunately, had that Nature Swift. It's just too little, too late. Great all-in there by the Golden Guardians, and that match was less than a minute. And that's kind of the strategy you do want to see.
Yeah, there you go. All smiles here from Abster at the end of that game, knowing that they killed it. But RNG is a threatening team, man, going down into the lower bracket. If they can avoid these Assassination Rogues or just be able to win the blind picks so they can get big maps, I think it's going to be key to their victory, because you'll see it here in the replay. Like Devastonia, watch WizK. WizK is just next to him. Abster is just next to him. Peekaboo is next to him. He's blinded and he still gets to attack the Warlock. You don't want that. You want the Rogue to have to like move far away from the Warlock to get the blind so he can't attack. He's just immediately reconnecting. Gets a smoke bomb, kidney, trinket wall, doesn't matter, just dies through it. Devastonia's even iron barked him here too, dies through unending resolve and iron. They deathmark into both of those cooldowns and just kill him anyways. Like, there's no hope at that point when that is happening. They're just complete neglect, honestly, from the Golden Guardians. They just know they have overwhelming damage here.
Healing reduction too, right?
Yeah, the healing reduction is really key as well. The heal over time face is not able to keep up with the pressure. Like they actually just killed him through everything. To be fair, he walls very late. Like this is really late, but he's also iron barked. And does he have hots? He's got life bloom, one rejuve, not the most amount of hots, honestly. But Cenarian Ward, he dies through Cenarian Ward, Adaptive Swarm, Iron Bark. He actually dies through every single button. Oh my god! Like, yeah, I don't think you can run this comp. Even though they won that one game, I don't think you can run this comp in the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that was brutal. Honestly, I even though they lost, I want to give a shout out to RNG. I don't think they played the series badly. I think this is just a really difficult matchup for them. And in that upper bracket, we will be seeing the rematch between Golden Guardians and Luminosity Gaming. I feel like this is kind of one of the household matchups of North America this season. We'll see if the Golden Guardians will actually be able to best them. We'll have to table that until tomorrow. for that upper semifinals. But now we will be heading down to that lower bracket, and we have some really interesting matchups here. And these are the 4 teams, believe it or not. These are the teams. If any of these teams make a deep run, especially POWERMEN, if they can make it even to a 3rd place finish, that's going to really kind of solidify their standings, at least in kind of like the top 4, and move Liquid out of that top 4. Even though what you really want right now is a top 3. Top 3 is the new top 4. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are not really in a safe position. You're going to have to go through that gauntlet. You still have an opportunity to make it to the finals, but it is not going to be easy, especially with how good these teams are.
Yeah, definitely. And North America is leveling up week after week. New teams every week. Look at RNG closing in above Silver Sentinels, even though Silver Sentinels had an amazing performance in Cup 2. So it's a crazy region here to see who's going to be getting into that top 8, who's going to be the gauntlet, who's going to be the final boss of the gauntlet. Is Liquid still going to keep their 4th place position here? I don't think so, right? Because if Shall We or either team wins here, they pass Liquid. And I don't think they pass Where's Gordy. I don't know what the point difference is for winning this next round. Probably close or potentially passing Where's Gordy as well. For Shall We, at least. POWERMEN will pass Where's Gordy.
Yeah, so this next game apparently is worth 20 points if you do end up winning it. So, yeah, definitely lots on the line for both of these teams and all of the teams in the lower bracket. All these teams that are finding themselves in an elimination series. It's not going to be easy, but if they can actually pick up those wins, and the good thing for them is they don't actually have to play against Golden Guardians and Luminosity Gaming, so they kind of get the juggernauts are out of the way. They're slumbering in the upper bracket, and we're going to have a bit of a showdown here in this lower bracket.
All right, I'm really excited for this lower bracket. Lots of opportunities for teams here to grab positions, really turn up the heat for week number 4. Like, can these teams in 3rd and 4th right now come back in the 4th week, have a good performance? Are the changes going to be enough for them? Are they going to prepare different compositions for that set of balance changes that are coming in on Tuesday? For the open bracket on Wednesday, the fireworks are really picking up here because this is down to the wire. You're not going to get many more chances than this to be able to get into the top 3.
Yeah, and for Shall We, I mean, this is a roster, like I said, they have a lot of big names. Kind of a newer squad coming together, but the fact that they have Calvish, Kearney on the healer, and then you have Nick, who has been kind of a master of multi-classing, right? Like, we've seen him play the Warrior, we've seen him play the Windwalker Monk, we've seen him play the Rogue, the Mage. Like, this guy is one of the best multi-classes in North America. Then you have Corlick as well. I think they have a lot of compositions at their disposal, and I think this is one of those rosters that's only really going to get better with time. So I'm curious to see what they decide to run here against the POWERMEN, as the POWERMEN has been really kind of favoring, the Assassination Rogue with that Destruction Warlock, with that Restoration Druid. But yeah, I think we're in for a really exciting series. We'll get into that one right after a short break.
welcome back. We are now down in the lower bracket. My name is I am here with Zico, and we're going to be knocking out another team. It's either going to be Shall We or POWERMEN, Zico.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a very close match. The POWERMEN, they kind of had a great start to the day against the jungle. Now you got Shall We. They kind of got stomped a little bit in that upper bracket. And now I think these two teams, they're pretty evenly matched. Compositions, I think, are also kind of even between the two teams. Probably going to see the RMP from Shall We. Probably going to see the Rogue Lock Druid from the POWERMEN. And this game is very important for the standings here. This is POWERMEN's opportunity to overtake Liquid, to overtake Where is Gordy in the standings. And this is actually going to be Shall We's opportunity to try to make a good placing in that top 8 and start soaking up some of those points potentially for that gauntlet. And we are going to see Kearney actually leading in here with the rest of Druid, swapping away from that Disc Priest that we saw earlier.
Now let's see how they do here, making that swap in game number 1 of this elimination. Shall We actually did just drop down here from Luminosity Gaming, sending them down. Big Burst got beaten by POWERMEN earlier today, actually, so maybe that victory will send them on a bit of a momentum here into this series. Let's see what we can do. Shall We, POWERMEN, game number 1, we're seeing those openers already happen, Zico.
Yeah, they get the fishnet onto the tuna, and it catches a big tuna right there, and Nick's going to get some nice damage going here already onto Thugonomics, but they don't actually force out any major defensive. They're going to try to go after Dazed a little bit here, and I wonder actually if Nick is playing that cast while running. I do believe he is playing it. Yeah, I can see the ice flows about there onto Nick. That means if he gets kidney shot, he's going to be able to just blink out of it. Oh, he actually pops that invisibility, that greater invis, which is basically a 3-second shield wall for the Arcane Mage. Now Nick going for a polymorph there onto Tuna, manages to find it here, and so far Nick's getting good crowd control. They're going after Thugonomics, and Dazed also getting cleaved a little bit. Dazed already using that Shadow Melt, already using a lot of those defensives with that Cloak of Shadows. Nick actually fake casting a kick, gets the precog, and also that Death Mark was committed there for Dazed, which Nick is happily just walking off right now. Calvish in a kidney shot, taking a little bit of damage. Kearney actually in crowd control right now. Calvish could be in trouble here. He's got no Cloak of Shadows into the smoke bomb here as well. And Nick also dropping quite low here, but Kearney able to pick them up for now, I do believe. And it will be actually Tuna now looking to get aggressive here as he does manage to top off his team.
Eventually, look at Calvish. He's going to die, and he goes down. That's going to be a game number 1 victory for POWERMEN.
Calvish finds himself in a no man's land over there, getting absolutely blasted. I think it was actually the Holy Paladin that managed to take him down there at the end. Big damage coming out here from the POWERMEN, making a statement. I really like what they did here in the blind, actually swapping away from that Resto Druid. They don't want to have Tuna going up against the Arcane Mage there with that Kleptomania. And we can see exactly how they got the kill. So this was the Blinding Light onto Kearney out of that Hammer of Justice, and then they chained it with the Smoke Bomb there as well, getting a lot of pressure. And then Nick is rotting down here, and Calvish as well is rotting down. So Kearney prioritizing healing up Nick. And then what actually kills Calvish here, because I do feel like he was kind of safe there. The Thugonomics actually gets bopped there, and yeah, he just gets shadow stepped and just gets destroyed there outside of a stun. Not really something that you typically see, but Kearney maybe could have saved him there. I'm not sure, actually. Let's see it again here. What did Kearney do here? Okay, so he used his NS there onto Calvish, and then he manages to top off Nick a little bit. He has a Swiftman Nick right there, and then he does, I believe, Overgrowth, it looked like there. And Calvish, yeah, he just doesn't have enough damage there. They just all connect, and I think Tune actually on that Holy Paladin manages to do a lot of damage. Daze also shadow stepping over there, getting a little bit of damage. In that was a really nice offensive Blessing of Protection there as well onto Thugonomics. They, I think, overlapped the Trinket there from Thug and the Blessing of Protection, but they both kind of had the same idea. Get Thug out of this stun, and we might be able to actually just kill him outright with the damage. So good stuff from the POWERMEN. And it's nice to see Tuna actually flexing there over onto a different healer because that Resto Druid into Arcane matchup can be quite rough. So I like that he kind of mixed it up here and actually also the same thing for Kearney, mixing it up from that priest. And I feel like Tuna actually kind of wins the mind game there. Usually you want the priest into the paladin because you have, mass dispel, you have a lot of ways to get aggressive. Yeah, Tuna with a good read.
Yeah, most definitely. That's going to be a game number 1 victory for POWERMEN, which is going to be really good for them moving forward. Now, we're going to see what they decide to do coming up next with this comp. I mean, they're playing that rogue mage, so obviously we know, Zico, that that's a really strong comp. So do you think that they're looking to change things?
If they change things, it probably will be the healer on the side of Shall We. We'll see what the POWERMEN locks in blind. If they feel confident and lock in the paladin blind, then we might see something change from Shall We, maybe a Disc Priest. We'll see. I don't think they're going to swap out the Rogue or the Mage, because Mage in general is very strong into Resto Druids, which the POWERMEN do like to run. He's also strong into Holy Paladin. So yeah, I think Shall We might swap into the Disc Priest here. That's kind of what I would like to see potentially. Just go with Disc Priest RMP and just run it back here. I feel like this is kind of similar comp to what they fought in the upper bracket with Luminosity. Difference, of course, being the Destrolock instead of the Shadow Priest, but the Destrolock, easier target to take down, doesn't have, the kind of same, capabilities of saving other teammates with utility, things like Mass Dispel, Void Shift, not going to have those, and also has a longer cooldown on those defensives. So I feel like we could see that, but they are going to stick to that Resto Druid. Ernie going to be bringing it back here, so they're swapping over to Empyrean Domain. They want to have that large map, which I don't feel is that bad for them. I think it's an intelligent choice. Tuna is going to have to swim across, an ocean basically to get to Kearney and be able to land those crowd controls. Kearney, he's going to be able to kind of just stay back and get a lot of healing out, which is basically what he wants to do. If the game goes long, it's in Kearney's favor. And if the game is short, usually it means that Tuna is most likely going to be the one that wins that. Since Paladins, they're very good at dealing with this pressure from Assassination Rogues, but they run out of steam eventually, much quicker than a Druid would.
Like in terms of mana?
Yeah, in terms of mana, and also in terms of Paladin is kind of a cooldown based healer. It's like you have your Blessing of Protections, you have your Bubble, you have your Trinket, but either you lose because you don't have any more breakers, and breakers are, things that can basically get you out of crowd control, like Sacrifice if you apply it before a crowd control, or Trinket or Bubble to get out of a crowd control. If you don't have any of those and you get caught up in a long CC chain, chances are your Warlock dies or your Rogue dies. And also, if, let's say, the Paladin just stays back and heals and the Druid just stays back and heals, then the Paladin also loses on mana. So Paladin has to be more aggressive. Large map makes sense to kind of deny him that.
Okay, well, let's see if they can make it happen here in game number 2, shall we? Maybe just kind of a blip in their radar, and not something that they'll repeat again. So we'll see here on Empyrean Domain. Can they tie this one up 1-1, or is POWERMEN gonna be here on match point? This is an elimination. Both of these teams trying to hoard as many points as possible here at the end of Cup 3, because this is kind of their last chance for this weekend, or for this day, to move forward here into Championship Sunday. It's game number 2 on Empyrean Domain. POWERMEN, what are they going to do?
Yeah, POWERMEN, they are powering up right now. If they can get a 2-0 lead in this, they're going to be feeling very confident. Like we mentioned earlier, they are passing a lot of teams here in the standings. They could be passing 2 teams in the standings with Where Is Gordy and Team Liquid, if they manage to win this one. And they still have an opportunity to get even more points, of course, if they win this one on Championship Sunday. But they are going to go finally after these Paladins. This is what I've been saying all day long. Finally, they go after Tuna, and they fetch themselves a nice cooldown right there, that big bubble coming out from Tuna. Now, if they had a priest here as well, they could maybe Master Spell and just outright win in the opener, but we will table that discussion for a little bit later. Calvish here now getting caught up in the kidney shot. The Iron Bark does come out for Kearney, and Calvish should be somewhat okay with that. The disarm coming out here 4 days as well. Now, where is Shall We going to launch the next attack? I would like to see them just blind Tuna, go after the Rogue potentially, before that Sacrifice comes out, before Tuna gets going here offensively. But right now they're taking a lot of damage here from Thugonomics. Tuna going for that Sacrifice play, denying the opportunity to actually land any crowd control. Now Tuna getting big damage out. Then here comes the Deathmark. There's no Iron Bark for this one. Calvish is in a lot of trouble here. does catch a big heal there with that regrowth coming out from Kearney. Kearney actually triggering out of a blind. Tuna pushing in, gets gouged on his way. Kearney trying to avoid the chain, but he finally does get caught up in that Hammer of Justice. Big pressure coming out though onto Dazed, forced to trinket. Cloak of Shadows vanish as well, and Calvish also dropping low. Kearney dropping low as well. Everybody's rotting down here on the side of Shall We. Kearney has a lot of work to do. He ducks in the bear form, gets the frenzied regen right there, and he does manage to keep himself alive. Now Nick getting some Chaos Bolts lobbed at him. Thugonomics just raining fire and terror here on this map right now, looking to load up the fear. He fake casts another counterspell. The precog is there. Here comes Thugonomics. He ports in, looking for the fear. He gets denied though by the sheep. Beautifully done there, but another fear finally snuck in. Calvish in a lot of trouble. There's the Mortal Coil as well coming out as they do find that smoke bomb. Kidney shot coming in as well. Tuna using that sacrifice, but it will subside there. He has no trinket, no bubble, no breakers for Tuna, and this could be Dazed in big trouble.
Yeah, it certainly could. You can see his health for sure continues to dwindle. He's got no Cloak of Shadow, no evasion. He continues to drop and he goes down. Shall We tying it up in game number 2?
Beautifully done there by Nick. Manages to find that opportunity that we're talking about. And a lot of this comes down to the opener. And this is what I was saying about Shall We already in that upper bracket. The thing we do in Europe to counter these paladins, just send the paladin. And, you know, they do get a nice opener here, forcing out that bubble early on. Very, very key, because after that, you blind the paladin, you trinket. After that, one sheep. That's all you need to be able to take somebody down, and that's exactly what they do. And we're going to probably see it on the replay. Force out the bubble with damage, then they force out the trinket with the blind, then Nick manages to secure the polymorph. And this is already, you know, one of those situations here where Tuna, he can't really push out because Nick is kind of in the midfield. If Tuna pushes, he needs to use that sacrifice, so he does. He pushes in, he tries to kill Calvish here, and Kearney in the fear, in the smoke bomb onto Calvish. They try to take him down, but Kearney deflects with the nature swiftness. And at this point, all Nick has to do is land one poly, and he gets it there. You see Tuna trying to avoid it there on his Divine Steed, but Nick is playing with those ice flows, allows him to cast while running to kind of chase for it. He goes for the resheep there, not able to find it, but they do find the gouge. They do find more damage here onto Dazed, then Tuna just can't keep up. He gets Dragon's Breath there as well for good measure before he can get any healing out there with that Avenging Crusader. And they were able to get the win based off of that. And it all comes down to that opener. And honestly, I feel like with the Priest, they can really start to pick up some steam here on the side of Shall We. What I want to see from them is sap the Paladin, send the fishnet around the Paladin, send the smoke bomb on top of the sap Paladin in the fishnet, and then send the Arcane Surge, send the big damage with those Palm Arcane Blasts. And the reason why you do all of this is to prevent Dazed from being able to do anything to peel that Paladin opener. And if you do it like that, your smoke bomb is going to get huge value. You will get the bubble. If Tuna tries to trinket, most likely you will get his trinket and his bubble, and you will just be in checkmate already. You can just blind and go after somebody else as soon as that bubble is out. So you're really going to give yourself all of the options. And you even have a chance to just master spell and just outright win with aggression. And now we're talking. We're going to hook point. We're going to disc priest. And I think Tuna, this might be him actually going on the hook here.
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to see, but I do feel like it kind of maybe says something when you see POWERMEN kind of instantly lock in their composition like that. I feel like that does show a lot of confidence, despite what it sounds like, Zico. It seems like you think POWERMEN may have some difficulty here on hook point, or especially Tuna.
Well, I think it's a good map for them. You know, like we said, you know, the large maps for Tuna, it's not a great position to be in because you have to kind of cross the map and get those CCs. It's very difficult to do. But on the small map, you do run the risk of drowning here if you are Tuna, because all of a sudden, if they swap up their strategy, go after him, it's much harder for him to actually get distance and survive, because all of a sudden the game becomes about the Paladin surviving and not so much about landing the crowd control. So I think that's what we're going to see. I think Shall We, they're going to sap Tuna, they're going to drop that invisible ring of frost around him, and they're going to do a big opener onto Tuna, and then try to just roll that momentum and just steamroll through the POWERMEN. I think it could work, but the most important members to watch here, of course, are going to be Thugonomics and Dazed. If they can shut down that opener and make it so they don't force that bubble, then all of a sudden the Powermen are going to be in a fantastic position, because it really is kind of an all-out strategy to go after that Paladin. So it will be, up to Thug to land, some good Infernal stuns, and up to Daze to land those Garrots before that Mage can really get all of his globals off.
Most definitely. We're going to take a look here at the AWC Companion. If you want to check this out from home, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. We're looking at the difference in the rogues right now. Obviously, they're both playing Assassin, pretty similar builds. They've got different PvP talents, but it kind of looks like everything else, looking down the line of their gear, is fairly similar, Zico.
Yep. Definitely looks pretty standard at this point, especially across the rogues. Everybody's opting for those Night Elves. Everybody's opting for similar builds and talents. And we are going to see here what do they decide to do. I'm very intrigued to see exactly how they decide to open up this game. This is the swing match for Shall We, so if they can take this one, it would be massive. They do get the sap. There's the fishnet. There's the arcane surge. Here we go. If Nick can get that damage off, he fake cast the precog. Huge damage coming out. He's loading up arcane blast. Tuna might just die in the opener here outright, but they do actually manage to do some good peels here onto the rogue of Calvish, and they do manage to shut down that opener for now, but they could still potentially keep it going. Tuna manages to stop himself without using anything, and that means they are going to be in big trouble here on the side of the RMP. But Daze, though, forced to use that Cloak of Shadows, goes for the blind, gets the trinket of Kearney, and they already start to dwindle through some of those cooldowns. But Daze still in big trouble, goes for the Vanish here, and Daze should be able to survive with that. He goes for the Garroth, kidney shot onto Tuna, more damage coming in here onto Daze. Actually, if they can find a Fear, they might just be able to take him down. The sacrifice comes out from Tuna, he goes to the Divine Favor, big holy light or big flash of light, but still Daze on about 50% HP. That Shiv doing work for Calvish. Now Calvish is rotting down. There's the Void Shift coming out. Daze dropping to about 50% HP. Trades out his Cloak of Shadow, or trades out his evasion right there, which does subside, and now they have nothing left. It could be Dazed falling right here, actually. He's got nothing, and Nick blasts him off with that big execute right there at the end. Nick did an excellent job in this game, making sure that he can free cast. It's not easy to cast against a lock and a rogue, but Nick, he manages to fake cast those interrupts. He's playing with that precog, manages to get a lot of damage out, and I feel like this map is kind of backfiring a little bit here, because all of a sudden you bring in the Disc Priest, you bring in the aggression, and you're swapping beautifully between the rogue and the paladin. This is the result, and you love to see it from Shall We. Very good adaptation, in my opinion.
Yeah, most definitely. Certainly paying off for them as well. And now they are on match point. They won that swing map as well, so that's going to be extremely important to them. So they are certainly on a momentum shift here, and we can also break it all down, how it went down in game number 3 on Hook Point, and how they managed to kill Powermen.
Yeah, so at this point, Tuna uses his trinket, he uses his sacrifice, and Calvish, actually Kearney gets spell locked, so that's why he goes for that Void Shift, and Nick actually fake casts the interrupt here of Thugonomics, and that's going to allow him to basically free cast here, and that's what's happening. He just gets a Ring of Fire. There's this burning down to the ring, Touch of the Magi. He fake casts the kick there as well, right at the end, and then he gets a big barrage before Tuna can basically do anything to recover him with that Avenging Crusader bubble. So it's kind of what I was talking about. Nick, just an all-star in this game on that mage, fake casting, I'm pretty sure, every single kick here, and as a result, he gets rewarded with that victory. You can see it as soon as Mick gets that precognition buff right there. He manages to fake cast Thug, and at this point that means he can free cast here, and anytime a mage is free casting, he's able to get a lot of crowd control. He's able to get the Ring of Fire down, he's able to get those missiles, and also here towards the end, that Touch of the Magi and those arcane barrages come out. And if Nick can do the same damage as Calvish, I would say he did a pretty good job, because most of his damage is just high burst. It's not really pad damage coming out from arcane mages.
Some interesting lore also about this matchup is Shall We, they have like the lowest age average in AWC in the teams right now, and then Powermen, I think they have Thug, who might be the oldest player in AWC, at least like the longest standing. Dude's been playing for 15 years in AWC, so there's a lot of experience there. So kind of an interesting juxtaposition between these two teams. That being said, we do have both comps and the map locked in as well. And I'm not really seeing any changes other than, of course, the size of the map, Zico.
Yeah, and they're keeping that Disc Priest. So this is very interesting, because first it was the Shall We that locked in the large maps here. And we're going to see there's that Arcane Barrage. It didn't even crit, actually. So we can see the Deathlog here coming out. And you can see, that Ring of Fire doing a lot of work. Those dots from the Rogue as well. There's that Touch of the Magi coming in. And, he's at 100% HP. And just takes a massive amount of damage there. All the way down to 0. Actually, I think that 100%, that 100% definitely looks bugged. Because it says he's at 100% HP when he dies, too. So... we can't trust that too much, but still, that Touch of the Magi, I believe, got him around into that execute range, and then he gets that big Arcane Barrage. And, these mages, Nick, you can see here, he's running that 4-set. So for Nick, he actually has a significant increased chance on those barrages to actually crit. It's a stacking buff that goes all the way to 40%. So I don't know how many stacks he actually had there, but he's able to get those... to get that kill without even the Arcane Barrage critting. And we can see Nick's talents here. Let me see if I can see anything that is out of the ordinary. So far, it all looks standard. He is playing the Ice Flows instead of the Shimmer, which is that middle talent on the left side, smack in the middle, that little blue one. Yeah, that one right there. And that's, he just doesn't want to get kidney shot. You want to just make sure that he stays alive throughout those kidney shots. And then he is... Okay, so there's one thing that Nick is opting in for, and that is the Radiant Spark. He's not playing it. Instead, he's playing that Impetus talent, which is on the right side in the middle row, kind of next to that. It's also not running the clear casting. Whoa, that is actually interesting. It's very interesting. What is he running instead of that? He's running... what is he actually running instead of that? He's just running the pure execute without that Radiant Spark. And it's a pretty common choice. If you feel like you're going to be trained, a lot of the time you go with Impetus. But if you feel like you can free cast, that Radiant Spark can be absolutely devastating. But we don't have time to talk more about talents. We are already live in the game, and Nick has already fake casted something, and he's already getting big damage out here onto the Tuna, though they didn't actually force any of those breakers again in that opener. So definitely a slower opener here once again, but let's see what else they can find here. They're punishing Nick a lot more here. Thugonomics trying to be as annoying as possible, but Nick is happy to play at this pillar and get as much damage out as possible as they look to set up here potentially onto the Rogue.
Yeah, most definitely we're seeing Nick continue to poke out from behind that pillar, as well as Kearney to keep Calvish nice and topped up as he's on top of the team over there on the end of our screen. So let's see what they can get done. This is the match point for Shall We. They actually lost game number 1, and then they've won the last 2 games in a row. So they're for sure on a momentum swing here. This would be huge for them considering how good POWERMEN is in terms of standings at the moment. There goes that Cloak of Shadows from Calvish. No evasion available as well. He's about half health. Looking pretty good, though, in terms of mana, so he's going to be able to keep his team stabilized. We'll see if he can get him topped up in just a moment here. Nick trying to get out that poly there, but he's continuing to drop in health. He still has block. There it goes also. So quite a bit of defensive cooldowns being traded out from Shall We. So they may be here on the back foot. POWERMEN certainly putting on that pressure in game number 4 here. They know what is up against them. They know they can't afford to drop any more games. So this just might be the game that turns things around for them in this series, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Thugonomics is powering up right now on that Warlock. They still have basically all of their defense on Tuna as well. Daze, though, doesn't have any cooldowns left, which is kind of the weak point here. But Nick also struggling right now. Doesn't have any more pain suppression or anything like that from Kearney. He's got the Void Shift, but Kearney gets full feared here. They could potentially try to take down Nick here with this one. And Tuna actually going to be activating that Avenging Crusade to go for even more damage here onto Nick. Nick is going to be in big trouble here momentarily. They're powering through here, and there's that Void Shift. Now they could swap to Tuna as well, or to Kearney as well. Calvish gets caught up in a kidney shot, triggers out kidney shot onto Daze. They do Blessing of Protection that one, and that's going to mean that Calvish can now access his Death Mark, and he's going to immediately push that Death Mark. Daze in huge trouble here with massive damage coming out. So they might just kill him without CC. Ooh. And that is it. Shall We? They will get crushed. They will crush the competition here. POWERMEN will be dropped out of the tournament. Shall We will stay alive in that one. And it is thanks to all that pressure they had on today's. And honestly, Tuna, I feel like he made a big error there. You cannot Blessing of Protection right there. As soon as you do, Calvish is like, yes, thank God. Now I can finally press my Death Mark. And Death Mark is just such a scary cooldown. There's no way Tuna can out-heal it there. And his only answer was just traded out. So Calvish kind of carries this one here because his team wasn't able to get much done. You know, they didn't get anything done in the opener onto the Paladin. They didn't get any, you know, of those breakers. They really didn't have much going. The only thing that they had going was the fact that they forced out, you know, the personal cooldowns from that rogue, and then they were able to get that big spike of damage there at the end.
Wow. All right, shall we? Taking that game number 1 loss, but they were able to close it out 3-1. We're going to see a replay as well of that last game for them. POWERMEN also knocked out of the tournament, unfortunately, and that means Shall We is going to be moving on into lower bracket. We're going to see them play tomorrow for Championship Sunday, but I mean, walk us through this, how exactly this setup went down, Zico.
So this is the moment here. Tuna pushes in. They get the crowd control. Kearney, you know, he has a lot of catch up to do. Calvish gets out. And then here, Daze gets kidney shot. As soon as they bop that kidney shot, it's over. Because it's kind of a checkmate position, though, because Daze was low, but Tuna has the Avenging Crusader up right now for a couple more seconds. So he potentially could have kept Daze alive there if he didn't bop him. But as soon as he bops him, that means there will be more damage coming out. And that is also thanks to Kearney here. I do believe he's the one who actually dispels it. We're going to see it again here. So Nick forced into the ice block here. And that's because Kearney's going for that fear while the portal is active. And then here, they do get that setup. So Calvish gets caught up in a kidney. He trinkets out. And as soon as that kidney shot gets trinketed, he goes for the counter kidney. Now here is where Tuna just shouldn't bop. He should just try to keep healing him with Avenging Crusader, because as soon as he bops him, it's actually Nick that gets it with a spell steal, that Blessing of Protection, because he has the buff there at the on the side, and Nick with a quick spell steal right there gets it, I believe, first try as well. It just means Calvish is like, oh, perfect. Now I can press Death Mark. Now I can win. And you know, you can win in a lot of different ways against the Paladin. You can win by killing them. You can win by running them out of cooldowns, and you can win by running them out of mana. And this was one of those cases where the Paladin, he didn't have the healing that he needed for the occasion. And yeah, I think a little bit of mismanagement there on that Blessing of Protection. But it was kind of a tough situation because he was also at like 40% when he was in that kidney shot. So it's a tough call to make if you're going to actually be able to out-heal that one or not. However, if you are Team Liquid and Where is Gordy, you are definitely happy about this outcome, because POWERMEN was looking like they might pass you in the standings. And as you can see here, POWERMEN, if they won that, they would have jumped up in the standings to that 3rd place position. And it really will come down to that next cup. But this is going to give them the best possible chance in that next cup for those teams. And look at Shall We here. If Shall We can have a deep run here and make it, I think right now they're guaranteed 4th. So they could still, even if they come 2nd, get themselves another, I believe, 40 points. So Shall We actually have an opportunity here to actually break into the top 3 and potentially be kind of a dark horse of the region that just came in out of nowhere. So it's very, very interesting to see what happens. Their best chance right now is that the Golden Guardians continue to dominate. They did earlier. Luminosity Gaming continues to dominate, and they did that earlier as well. Shall We? They just need to win whoever they get served between RNG and Ascension, and then they will at least guarantee themselves a top 3 position, and they will be right there, and it will all be decided for that 3rd spot potentially between those teams of Where's Gordy, Liquid, and Shall We, and POWERMEN as well. So it's getting very, very exciting. It could be kind of a 4-way tie situation almost heading in for that last guaranteed spot. And those are going to be some top dogs fighting for it. So very, very interesting. And we're going to see exactly what happens here as well in our next game, which will be RNG and Ascension.
Yeah, when you kind of get to the end of these qualifier cups, there's definitely a lot of interesting scenarios that could be happening with the points. So for sure, be keeping an eye out for that team as they continue to try and earn more on Championship Sunday. But like Zico did say, we're going to be heading to another lower bracket series. It's another elimination. And then the winner of this one, like you said, also is going to be playing against Shall We. So we'll see how that one does end up going. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's the last series of the day, RNG versus Ascension. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Cup number 3 for North America. We have one series left today. It is going to be an elimination series. I'm Venruki, joined by Supatees, and we can take a look at how we basically got to this position here, Supatees, with our final match of the day, RNG versus Ascension.
So a big thing here is that RNG was actually the team that knocked Where's Gordy down from the upper bracket, which is one of our top 3 teams at the moment. So a very impressive feat achieved already there. They did just lose to the Golden Guardians, but the Golden Guardians had a class that I think is really difficult for them, particularly Holy Paladin plus Assassination Rogue combo. Ascension don't have the Holy Paladin. I think Whaler is likely only going to be playing Priest in this series. So this might be possibilities here for RNG to pull off a win here just because of that case. And then they advance into the next bracket for tomorrow. If they win here, they'd have a chance for a really deep run, honestly, to try and get some points on the board, which, to be fair, I feel like if you're in that top 3, you're actually kind of happy because these teams, this is like their first time actually getting this far into a tournament to earn enough points to actually start threatening them. So you're pretty happy as the top teams if these teams do well. But I'm not going to sleep on them because like they pulled off one game against the Golden Guardians, even though it was really rough for them. And they're actually right neck and neck with Ascension here. So this is the best way to like stamp out their opportunities of taking their spot, keep them in contention with Silver Sentinels for week 4, get a little bit more up the ring, and kind of be more safe, at least in terms of getting to the gauntlet at this point.
Yeah, and you can see kind of the updated standings there. Luminosity and Golden Guardians. I really feel like at this point, with how they position themselves, how many points they've already earned, like I would be comfortable saying that they're almost guaranteed to make that top 3, guaranteed to make it into the finals, but there's still some points up for grabs. We're going to have Ascension locking in the Shadow Priest Rogue Priest. So the double Priest version coming in. I'm curious to see how this exactly does work out. I think it's going to be a bit more casted damage from Whaler, but it's going to be a little bit less crowd control. So without that Paladin, let's see where they decide to go. It looks like they are going to be opening up onto Gutso in the early stages of the match. My question is, are they going to be able to train down Nazem the same way we saw some of these other Shadow Priest Rogue teams do?
Yeah, the AoE healing of a Disc Priest is a lot lower than a Paladin. You don't have those Blessing and Protections for the Windwalker cooldown, so Palomar's going to respect it, immediately use Evasion on the first attack. Gutso is just charging in, actually going after Whaler in the backline here with Fist of Fury flying in. Shadow Fury on the Whaler around the pillar. Nazem playing defensive, trying to pull away from the fight, definitely trying to stagger the game out for a little bit longer, trying to avoid that Scything that's on him at the moment. Looks like Gutso was able to kill it, but here comes the Kidney Shot. Devastonia Trinkets into a Silent Smoke Bomb is down as well. Gutso rolling over, trying to help out as much as possible, but Nazem is getting crushed under massive pressure at the moment and is just going to get cut down. Unbelievable damage from Ascension here in game number 1, and that's the advantage of the Disciplined Priest, is that they are going to add even more damage. You don't necessarily need to heal if the Warlock is dead, just do more damage here, and they actually cut them down even faster than the Golden Guardians were able to.
That is crazy. Ascension with a very aggressive kind of position there. I really am curious to see how much damage Whaler was able to assist, because you did mention it. The Discipline Priest, if he can sit back and he can cast, kind of stay ahead of the damage with cooldowns like we're seeing here, the early Rapture Shield, but here's the Power Infusion. Whaler, what are his casts like in this this moment? Because this is where you can really add that extra damage. This is where you can really add the difference. Gutso actually doing a really good job getting the interrupt, and I don't know if Whaler actually was able to contribute anything there, just one penance, and that's really it. Maybe a Shadow Word Death. Just crazy amounts of pressure coming in from the Shadow Priest as well as the Rogue. And for RNG, what are you going to do? It seems like so many teams in North America have adapted the strategy of running the Shadow Priest with the Assassination Rogue, and these Resto Druid teams are really struggling. Honestly, I like when Gutso kind of goes after Whaler in the match, but they have to survive this moment, right? Like the blind all-ins with all the crowd control, they can somehow live this just a little bit better. I think Nazem, very unfortunate for him that he got interrupted, so he wasn't able to actually access his most powerful defensive cooldown, which is going to be that Unending Resolve. I feel like if that didn't happen, the game can actually somewhat snowball in their favor as we get a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, outlasting the Disc Priest has always been the staple strategy. It's got a short battery. If you can outlive it, then you're going to have a good run. You'd think this composition would be able to do it with Resto Druid, Windwalker, Warlock, Spam Fear, Disarm Stuns, Rings to bounce enemies away, rotating Ironbark, rotating Port, trying to avoid the fight, but it's just so tough. Ascension just run them down. They're not able to to get space. Nazem tried to put up a gauntlet. He had 3 of those dimensional rifts summoned. It was like, okay, Palomar, chase me. I dare you. I've set up this minefield of portals. He's like, yeah, I don't care about your dimensional rifts. Kidney shot, here we come. And just take him out.
Oh, this is so cool. I love this. Like, actually getting the replay from the player's point of view. That's awesome. I definitely like to see more of in the future. But yeah, shout out to a Whaler, twitch.tv/Whaler TV. If you want to check out his point of view, you most certainly can. Ascension, they have been, they're actually a really interesting team. And I wanted to get your thoughts on, obviously Dippy right now is playing the Shadow Priest. But I kind of wonder if Boomkin would not be too bad here.
Okay.
Like, no, I'm serious. I feel like Boomkin, you know, you're the Boomkin expert on the desk, you know, but I feel like the one thing that's kind of holding Boomkin's back is that assassination rogue, and there's actually no assassination rogue on the enemy team. Do you think that it could actually work in a matchup like this?
There's a couple things you don't like as Boomkin. You don't like warlocks. Warlocks are usually really tough. Whenever you pop your cooldowns, they can just port out of line of sight.
What is this?
Reset really easily. I don't know. I mean, Abster's stone cold, obviously. For observing
Absterge, nice.
Absterage.
Stare. You get it? Because he's staring at us.
Oh, I see what we did here. I mean, we could put my cam on and not even freeze frame it, and it would look the same. So it's fine, I think.
I want to know more about Boomkins and what they don't like. I feel like that's a conversation. So you don't like assassination rogues,
like
warlocks.
Rogues.
You don't like druids because you can't root beam them. So
actually, druids are okay. Druids are actually okay because you can swap really easily against druids. You're not hard committing your damage to one target, so you can switch off the hots. Druid is not that bad, honestly. You can't root beam a lot of healers in Dragonflight. Shamans can spirit walk out of your root beam. Paladins pre-freedoming themselves all game, so. Root beam is not, it's almost like an ancient technique. Now you just solar beam to interrupt casts at this point a lot of time with Boomkin. But here we go. Game number 2. Can RNG put a point on the board? Palomar actually getting pulled out of stealth here. And I think it's the Nature's Vigil that's pulling him out.
It is, yeah.
Deciding not to open, though. A bit surprising. They actually get a sap onto Gutso. They can just open up onto the Warlock. Devastonia immediately going into the Tree of Life, trying to get some heals, but he walks into a double fear. Massive damage incoming onto Nazem. They crush through the Dark Pact. They might just be able to outright kill him. He drops an Infernal, trying to stun and peel Palomar away, catching him now into the leg sweep. He's going to Trinket Evasion here. He's immediately going to Trinket and vanish away from the fight, gripped away by one of his priests here as he's looking to reconnect. Cheap shots on the Gutso, getting some crowd control out, trying to slow the pressure. Nazem's going to portal. Not really a big fan of him portaling when his Druid isn't CC'd, honestly. I think that pairing those together would be better. But he does get some distance finally. He's able to free cast some spells here. Dippy is just max ranging the Warlock. Palomar going to shadow step back in, go for the blind. He's baiting the Trinket. If he gets the Trinket here, he can Death Mark. He gets the Unending Resolve, and he's going to get the sap. Oh, that fear was just 1 second too late. They might just kill him through Unending Resolve. Might be a double kill. Everybody is just dead on the side of RNG right now. Gutso's doing whatever he can to stall Soothing Mist, whatever he can to stay alive. I can't believe Nazem stayed alive right there, but maybe it doesn't matter. Devastonia Trinkets out of a 2-second stun. Psyfiend is on him, though. They got to kill that off. They kill it off, but he's still struggling. Line of sight around the corner. Devastonia dropping out the Iron Bark, trying to stabilize his team here. Gutso needs to trade some cooldowns. He's being way too greedy. Devastonia needs to commit his heals onto the Warlock here. Gutso is just trying to hold on to Karma Diffuse and dampen in this situation. It's super greedy. Devastonia finally able to top off his team, but look at Deathmark still available. Kidney Shot connects, and they're just going to press it. There's literally nothing to stop this Deathmark at the moment. Nazem could easily just die. No, he has Stone Form. He actually had Stone Form. He might be able to turn this around. A huge opportunity for them. Double leg sweep into double Shadow Fury. Chaos Bolt's flying him, but Whaler blocks it with a barrier. And Whaler, he's chilling. He's got 2 charges of pain suppression still. He's still got his Trinket.
Yeah, Nazem going to be doing a lot of damage, though, with that Dark Iron Door. If you cannot disrespect it, if you do manage to cleanse off the Death Mark, it gives you so much main stat. And that's where the game can really, really get unstable. But they do manage to weather that storm. We get a Psychic Core on Devastonia into a Silence, but Palomar's just feared up. Unfortunately, really not able to connect to his target, and the game might slowly but surely start going in favor of RNG. Devastonia has a little bit of a mana lead. There's not many cooldowns for them to really deal with this next Serenity that Gutso has available. He's got a ton of damage that he can pull the trigger on at any moment. He's got Leg Sweep, he's got Serenity, he's got Zwen. Gutso can really just delete anyone off the face of the earth at this point in the match. This is a pain suppression that's going to be traded from Whaler, but not too many defenses left besides a double Void Shift. So Dippy and Whaler both have a Void Shift and can swap health. So that's going to be a huge part of their defense. Nice grip there on the Palomar as well as he gets caught into the leg sweep. kind of like what we're seeing from Ascension in terms of defense, but Whaler's running out of time in terms of mana. It's a full blind now onto Devastonia. Where's the pressure? Unfortunately, they just can't find it, and Gutso seems to be able to just tank this damage quite nicely.
One more Void Shift there. Only one Void Shift left. Palomar getting crushed by Gutso's damage. Maybe he's just going to get blown out here. Dippy's in a fear for one more second. Gets the Void Shift off, but now he's low. They're on the run. And suddenly RNG, they're in the driver's seat. They've got control of the momentum. They just need to connect here. Palomar's critically low. Whaler is out of mana. They've survived the gauntlet. They've managed to run the Priest out of mana here. They're in-capping him. They're going for the kill. Trying to get on top of both Dippy and Palomar, but Power Word Shield's coming through. No, Shadow Fiend for Whaler. That's giving him a little bit of mana. Now he's turning it around. He's got Schism. He could connect a lot of damage here, but it looks like they're still just running away. They're struggling just to stabilize. Dippy with Dispersion at 20%. Palomar with nothing here. He's got Death Mark. He wants to go for the win, but there's not a good target for it, honestly. He's caught in the leg sweep, but no Trinket. I think that's it. Whaler has no mana, but Gutso gets feared. Is Palomar going to go down? Fist of Fury flying onto the coil, and he will get cut down. RNG survive an unrelenting assault from Ascension and perform unbelievably here. I don't know if there's like a hidden bonus for Windwalkers on Tiger's Peak because they've won on Tiger's Peak now twice today, but man, that was so close. If we recap that smoke bomb play, Gutso kept him alive with like an in cap and a soothing mist in the bomb. The game was over there if he didn't do that.
Yeah, you'd love to see that kind of Windwalker attack coming
right here
in.
Oh, it's after this point. Feels bad.
It's such a devastating combo. So basically Palomar went for a Shiv here, and then out of the Shiv is immediate Siphene, and then out of the Siphene, as soon as that was killed, it was another Shiv. So that's one of the, honestly, it's one of the things we don't talk about enough. But basically one of the scary things about the Shadow Priest Rogue is they can basically just bring the game to 50% dampening in the opener, right? Like healing is already difficult, but these classes have the ability to just put dampening at 50% with their healing reduction, and that's where they can really just overpower. But you can see at this point, Ascension really doesn't have much left. Palomar barely holding on in that leg sweep, but they just have no cooldowns. And the damage coming in from Nazem and Gutso is going to overwhelm. I really feel like they did a good job here. Nazem, this is another moment. Yeah, so this is that same moment where it was the Shiv into the Siphene into the Shiv. And Nazem was barely able to hold on. But yeah, I think good defensive plays from RNG, good positioning. Devastonia, one of the things he's doing in every single one of these games, if you're noticing, is basically he's putting heal over time effects on himself and then using Nature's Vigil and running it in stealth. And that basically allows him to pulse damage every time he gets healed. It converts your healing into damage. And that's what's knocking Palomar out of stealth. And it's really aggressive in terms of positioning. I wonder if they could punish Devastonia for that. But it's definitely hurting the openers here from these rogue teams.
I mean, in that game, I don't know, because he still got the sap. Like, I don't know why he didn't just jump on him and
Wait, did he get sapped?
He got a sap on Gutso. He got a sap on the Windwalker in the opener of the game, even though he got pulled out of stealth. Druid pulled him out and then just kind of sat there right behind him, and then he re-stealthed again and he got a sap. So it's kind of weird that they just kind of let him.
We're able to capitalize on that, yeah.
But now we're tied 1-1. I think it's still really close. And again, on the small maps, Druid's not going to be able to get good positioning. It's going to get tougher from this point because they didn't win the blind pick that first game, which seems to be really important for them in terms of maps. So I'm imagining, Runes Lordaeron or possibly Hook Point. I feel like Hook Point's safer just because you avoid crowd control more easily, but they're going for the Runes of Lordaeron. Whaler's going to be open to getting feared here on this map if they decide to, or even possibly cloned. Some of the games that Devastonia was able to pop off on were games that he was getting a lot of clones. So pushing forward and casting and trying to peel off the attackers might be the only way for them here to be able to survive, because remember last time on Runes Lordaeron, it was Unending Resolve, it was Iron Bark, it was Cenarian Ward, it was basically full hots, still dead. So
still finished, yeah.
If you can manage to win, if they can win that here, I think RNG can take the series. I don't know if it's looking promising for them for the whole tournament. Definitely underdogs here with the composition that they're playing, but I'm excited to see what they can do here, because this is the possible turning point if they can win on this map.
Yeah, I would like to see it if they can get it done. I think one thing that you can clearly tell Ascension's lacking is that Paladin crowd control. And it's one of the things that's really strong about the Paladin. Not only do you have that added damage, I would say Discipline Priest probably has a little bit more damage than the Paladin, but the fact that you have that extra set of crowd control, right? The extra Hammer of Justice, the extra Blinding Light, and also talking about just Blessing of Protection, allowing you to get aggressive in the match as well, right? Like, let's say a full grapple weapon lands on your rogue. You use Blessing and Protection to remove it, keep him aggressive during like that really all-in situation. So I do think RNG has a shot in this one. I think the fact that Whaler is playing the Discipline Priest really gives them more moments in the match where, you know, their stuns are going to sit, their peels are going to sit a little bit more. You just have to really weather that all-in storm, not stay in Whaler's line of sight. I feel like if he is able to just cast on you, that's when the Discipline Priest is really going to shine. But we'll see what RNG can do to kind of handle the all-in here. We're going to a small map. There's nowhere to really run and hide here for Nazem. And Ascension is going to be opening up very aggressive here.
Yeah, cheap shot, kidney shot, blind on the healer. Dark Pact already cut down, portaling into the room, out of line of sight. Gutso disarming the rogue, portal back into the middle of the map. And now there's a Psyfiend trying to kill it down with the Infernal and some con flags. They managed to get rid of that Psyfiend. Devastonia in a decent position due to Nazem's kiting, but damage is still overwhelming here on the side of Gutso and Nazem. Look at them just hovering at half health for such an elongated period of time. Whaler pre-barriering the setup here on the leg sweep, soaking a huge amount of damage while he sits through that full fear. One of the downsides of this map is that he will be open to crowd control. Would love to see Devastonia right here just clone the Shadow Priest. There's no interrupts, there's no range crowd. They're going to fear him, but that's dispelled. I feel like getting a Cyclone on the Rogue too, just trying to slow down the damage right now, might be the only way for him to be able to heal through it, but they managed to power through, portaling back into the room. Love the portal positioning right now for Nazem. It's pulling Palomar in the middle of the map, but he's going to step gouge. Looks like it breaks, unfortunately, but he's still getting pressure, caught into a bash, has to trinket the bash. He still might just die. He's trying to cheap shot the whole world right now, but Cloak of Shadows has been forced inevitably. Another Psyfiend onto Nazem, but no pressure with it as we see the Rogue disarmed. Gutso sitting through a fear. Devastonia going to Iron Bark anyways just to make sure that he is safe, but that Death Mark is still waiting in the wings here. They can get Nazem's Trinket here moving forward, or possibly Devastonia's and make a swap. But at this point, if RNG can keep the space that they've been getting, I think they're going to win this on mana.
Yeah, there's the Unending Resolve coming in from Nazem. This is Smoke Bomb as well, so trades out the Storm Form. He's going to be completely fine. RNG is ahead on mana. They still got lots of defenses that they can rotate through. Devastonia still has a Trinket. There's a double fear. Do they have the damage? Palomar just getting absolutely slapped by these Chaos Bolts. Nazem really dishing out some punishment there on that Warlock. Gutso runs over, gets a full leg sweep. Dippy with a beautiful life grip to keep him alive, but the damage is still there. Almost a touch of death range. Gutso with the big Fists of Fury. And I really feel like RNG, they had a great game once again. Defensively and offensively, they were finding their moments, and Ascension's all in without that Paladin just doesn't seem nearly as threatening.
Look at we're going to see the clones on the replay. Devastonia got like a game-winning clone there on Whaler, so that there was nothing that he could do to be able to save his teammates there as they got double stunned. So positional mistakes here, I think stacking up is not something that you're going to be able to get away with against a Windwalker Monk. This was the close call for Palomar earlier on, which then opened up opportunities to take him out in the final moments of the game. So really good kiting from Nazem, I feel like. His portal usage here on Runes of Lordaeron was so much better. He got so much space. He was able to line the whole team on the first attack with the portal in the gate, get his team into better positions. And they really punished them for picking Runes of Lordaeron, because right here, Devastonia, I think, out of the fear, charges right at Whaler. Whaler has no trinket, gets a Shadow Meld Rake stun, and then gets a clone. And because he's cloned, he can't get any heals out. His Rapture's coming up, but he can't do anything. Shadow Fury into Conflag, Shadow Burn, and just closes it out. So really coordinated attack there. I think that Devastonia has to take some risks in this series after Blind's been used and after Deathmark's been used. That's what I like that he did in this game. He waited, and then he got aggressive and went for clones on the healer. Because if there's no Blind, you can't be punished for making offensive play. There's no Deathmark. I don't think you can be punished for offensive play. So just try and find that opening, survive those two cooldowns, and then start pressuring them with your own CC, and they can take it. But they took the swing match. So this is a really important game in terms of the series overall, because now they'll be able to select a bigger map on that match point.
I think that is really, really important. Ascension, I kind of wonder where they're going to go from here. That was Runes of Lordaeron, so maybe Dalaran Sewers. You kind of want to go somewhere the Warlock can't portal behind a box and out of your line of sight, because I do feel like at this point Nazem's been doing a really good job actually with his movement, with his positioning, making it difficult for them to actually connect. And for Ascension, without having those offensive blessing and protections, I feel like it's only a matter of time before they get caught in stuns and coils that they can't get out of. So they're actually going to switch it up and go for a RMP. And I don't mind this at all. I think this is actually a great decision. I really do think that the Arcane Mage with the Kleptomania, or even just a base spell steal, is going to really help offensively, and also gives you a little bit more peels in the match. Because I feel like the Shadow Priest, Discipline Priest, is a little bit too flimsy in this matchup. Like, it really does feel like RNG can slowly pull ahead, and eventually the Discipline Priest just isn't going to have an answer. So I think having the Mage there for some additional peels over the Shadow Priest I really like this line of play, and I think it was smart of them to switch it up.
Okay, but they didn't start with it, so either they thought Shadow Priest Rogue was just like the hardest counter ever, probably after watching Golden Guardians, that they'd be able to win with it, but now they're not feeling so comfortable. Going to be going to a Rogue Mage Priest composition, their main tier. I think Dopamine, this is the first time we'll see him play Arcane in AWC, because he's been playing a lot of Fire and Frost on this roster in the open bracket. So hopefully he's got his Arcane polished up here, because there's going to be no room for errors in this series. Really important that he understands the mechanics here. He's utilizing spell steal and finding opportunities for his team, because Arcane does not play like Fire or Frost. It's its own animal, its own beast. So hopefully he's polished that up and ready to go here in Dragonflight for his team, because in last expansion when they were running the Fire Mage, he was phenomenal, but we've yet to see him perform on Arcane. So let's see what his debut is here. They're on match point and they need him as the ringer.
Yeah, let's see what he can get done. It's a nice small map. He's going to have options to go for that mass invisibility Ring of Frost. And if he can find someone in that Ring of Frost, that might give them some options here. See, Polymore's going to be moving forward. Who are they going to open on? Looks like Nazem is going to be the target of choice. Garrote, Kidney Shot, big Arcane Surge. This is a large amount of damage available for Dopamine and Whaler, but Gutso seems like he will be okay. There's a full blind sap on Devastonia. Nazem taking a lot of damage, does not want to greet it. That's going to be the Hellstone, but the Shiv is still connected, really limiting the incoming healing. Finally, Devastonia gets out of crowd control, but he's able to sit through that full blind and that sap, and they didn't even get the unending resolve. So once again, I feel like this is a good opener for RNG. They kind of know their limits in this match, and they're able to survive that really aggressive opener.
All right, Polymorph spam on a Gutso, cheap shot into Devastonia, setting up on a Nazem, Ring of Frost, gets it. Good crowd control from Dopamine right here. 2 players out of the game. Nazem trying to escape, but they're all over him. Ring of Peace on the follow-up. Fist of Fury, Dopamine trying to get away from it. Arcane Missiles incoming on the bomb, and I think this could be it. And this is not enough. And Ascension are back here in game number 4. Rogue Mage Priest looking gnarly on hook point. And now RNG, they're going to have to assess the situation here. Pick a bigger map, because that small map is definitely punishing. It's so hard as a Warlock to kite on hook point. Easily your worst map. Unfortunately, they do have swing match advantage now in game 5, but that was a scary RMP.
Yeah, really. I thought that Nazem did a really good job in the opener. You can see right now that was their big push, and Nazem really, he was completely fine. He still has his trinket, his unending resolve. I kind of want to see why this went so badly, because Devastonia still had pretty much every cooldown. I think it was just a really well-timed smoke bomb. You see right now, it's actually a few moments after this. I think it's the next Kidney Shot. So there's the cheap shot. Dopamine goes for the Ring of Frost, manages to find it full, knocking Nazem away. Beautiful blast wave there, and Nazem does manage the portal, but the portal is before the smoke bomb, and that smoke bomb just got an unbelievable amount of value. No, Devastonia! I think he actually leapt forward and missed time, like he misjudged how far he would go and actually completely leapt over the smoke bomb instead of into it. I think he might have actually been able to keep him alive.
I mean, if he didn't get this, he got NS off, didn't he? You have to Swiftman before NS, otherwise it's literally not a heal. So you need 2 globals to do that. So I don't know if he had the globals plus being able to reposition at that point. But thankfully here in game 5, he's gonna have a big map. Something maybe like Ashamain, something like Tolvaron, maybe even I wonder how bad Mugambala would be, honestly.
I think Mugambala is actually, they're going to the Robodrome. All right.
It's okay. I don't think this is fine. You can get a little bit of you can get a big map and a huge map. Yeah, you can get big map and a Z-axis, right? If you want to. Yeah. With the ramp, so not a bad pick. I honestly forgot that this map existed a little bit because there's so many maps at this point. It's like, oh wow, Robodrome is making a comeback here for game number 5. First time we've seen it in a while. And yeah, Ascension immediately locking in the Rogue Mage Priest, no questions asked there. Dopamine looking solid on the Arcane, their offense looking really good. And that's the one thing I like about Ascension, is that they've always been an aggressive team. Not afraid to play like the subtlety in Shadowlands, even when everyone was outlaw, and still playing aggressive, getting setups and really pushing the pace. And against a Resto Druid, that's exactly what you got to do. You got to keep the pace, stay on top of them, swap around a lot, keep them on the back foot, because if they get room to breathe, they're going to outlast you. So this is going to work really well for Ascension, I think. Hopefully RNG have a way to adapt, because we are going to game 5. This is their last chance. Best shot they're going to have to stay alive. They're fighting right in contention with Ascension. I didn't mean to have that rhyme. For that 8th place position for the Gauntlet, to have a chance to qualify to the top 4 for North America.
Sure, you didn't need to. You just accidentally spit out rhymes now. I know you've been doing that a lot.
Just auto rhyme.
But yeah, if you want to check out the gear that these players are running, their talents, their builds, their gems, their trinkets, whatever you are interested in, I think you can type !gear, and the link will come up for you in the Twitch chat. So yeah, RNG, this is a potential that they could win this. This is their map pick here on the Robodrome, and like you mentioned, Robodrome has that Z access, which is nice. It's also it's deceptively big. I feel like it actually feels like one of the bigger maps that is available. There's lots of space for the Resto Druid to play far away. I think one of the things that really Noslin got punished for is when he got blast waved away, I think he kind of panicked and ported. And I honestly feel like him getting knocked away was a great spot to be in. If he had portal for the smoke bomb, he would have actually been completely fine. He would have been able to get out of the smoke bomb, and Devastonia had the tools to actually keep him alive. So the preemptive port plays sometimes work out, but I also feel like if Polymorph has that smoke bomb and you get caught with no movement, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for you. So we'll see if Nazem actually makes that adaptation. Devastonia going to be moving forward. Can he actually get anyone out? It doesn't look like it. Polymorph gets the sap on a gut, so a blind on Devastonia, an immediate trinket, and this is a little bit different. Devastonia respecting the damage in this opener, does not want to fall behind on healing, and wants to try to get Ascension on the back foot.
Ooh, Gutso gating in aggressively. Doesn't want Palomar to reset and open up on Devastonia from stealth. Devastonia needs to stay far away. Palomar knows he's the kill target. No, actually just going to cheap shot him. Stay on the safe target here in the safe side, but they don't get follow-up crowd control. Dopamine gets denied. Devastonia jumping on top of Nazem right before the smoke bomb. Insane play from Devastonia, getting in position to heal his Warlock here. Anticipating those maneuvers. Nature's Swiftness going to connect. Nazem stabilizing. Stun onto Whaler. Swap onto Whaler, actually, as Fists of Fury are flying. Whaler blocks it with Pain Suppression and Rapture. He should be okay. Polymorph on Gutso, spamming on the Dispel, now pushing forward. I still would have loved to see a swap to Devastonia at some point, but they actually get a Polymorph. Big punish. This is match point. Can Nazem survive? He dark packs. They cut it down. He needs to gate, but he's stunned for 1 second. He gates at 10%. Barrage execute range is in the air, but it gets blocked by the Unending Resolve. Devastonia is very thankful that his Warlock is still alive at this point. Such a close call. Now trying to get some counter pressure. Triple dimensional rift onto Palomar. Is it going to be enough to take him out? It doesn't look like. He just completely ignores them, running in on top of Nazem. Dopamine getting pressured here. They need to get a block. They need to get a trinket cloak. They need to get something. Another kidney shot. A gouge onto Devastonia. Can they finish him here? Ring of Peace bounces Palomar off the side. Robodrome paying its weight in gold right now as Palomar's trying to reconnect to Nazem, dropping that Bane of Havoc, setting himself up for possibly a triple mortal coil. He's going to port behind the pillar and escape with Devastonia. Here's Gutso slowing the whole team with Fist of Fury, stacking him up for a double leg sweep and an in cap. Barrier onto Palomar, but now no Ring of Peace to bounce him out. He's polyed. He can't get back to his team. Palomar stabilizes. Whalers on top of him. Grips in Palomar to go for the kill. Kidney shot. Pre-trank shield on the gouge from Devastonia, but Dopamine's just spamming Polymorphs, I think, in a moment out of that to try and catch him. Is he going to get the Polymorph here? Barrages are incoming. Massive damage on the Arcane Surge. They cut through the Dark Pact and through the Iron Bark possibly here in another moment.
Yeah, let's see if Nazem can hold on. Doesn't have that Unending Resolve. There's no Iron Bark. See if they have the damage. Palomar goes for a full blind. Devastonia, is he going to sit this? His mana is not looking good. Surprisingly, Whaler and Devastonia are actually tied at this point. Palomar gets grapple weapon once again. You got to give a big shout out to Gutso. He is not making this match easy for Palomar, and he might just solo him. That's going to be the Vanish as well as the Void Shift. A bit of a panic situation there. Cheap shot. Do we have the Ring of Frost? The full Ring of Frost is going to land, but Dopamine might just get wiped off the face of the earth. Forced into the ice block. Gutso doing a lot of work there with that Serenity. And unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on that full... Oh, there's the Ring of Frost that actually landed Devastonia. He walks into it, unfortunately. But maybe it was a tactical walk in. He kind of knew Nazem was going to be fine. They didn't have a stun. They're just putting himself on diminishing return. Perhaps an intelligent move. And I feel like Ascension, they are falling further and further behind. They got to try to figure something out. They're going for a big setup here onto Gutso. He's got no trinket. Cheap shot on Devastonia. Gutso getting lower and lower, but big Nature's Swiftness keeps Gutso alive. That was a good attempt there by Ascension, but RNG, they are so close to a victory.
Yeah, they might have weathered the storm. Ascension, they're playing a slow game, but that's playing into the hands of a Resto Druid, and now they're getting overwhelmed. They got nothing. They got to make something happen, but there's not really any clear openings. No death mark. They got to go for a kidney onto Gutso. If he gets a pre-diffuse, they're going to win this game here. Nazem has Unending Resolve. Palomar's on the run. They're trying to reset. I don't know if they're going to get room to breathe. They're knocking up Nazem. They're ringing Gutso. They're doing what they can to keep Nazem and Gutso away from the push here. They need to get Whaler a drink, but Rain of Fire is coming in. Gutso's on top of them. Bane of Havoc, triple Mortal Coil, possibly just a double here. Massive damage, paralyzed. Whaler trinkets, drops the barrier. Will it be enough? Kidney shot on the Gutso. Smoke bomb. They're going all in here, but Gutso pre-karmas. But he just dies through it. He's actually just dying through it. They take him out. Unbelievable. Oh, absolutely unbelievable. They managed to stay alive there, finish him. Nazem still trying to play it out here. the Priest completely out of mana, but I don't think he can get there to close out the game. Devastonia stunned up. Yeah, they're realizing this is it for them. Devastonia going to go down. I can't believe it. I thought the pre-karma was going to buy him time to defuse, but not even the pre-karma bought him time to defuse. It's one of those cases where like maybe he should have pre-diffused instead. But oh my god, it was so close.
That Whaler, you could tell Whaler's like, oh, I'm glad we got that win right there, because that was close. I'm telling you, Ascension, that was their last setup. If they did not win there, they were not going to win that game. So they managed to pull off the miracle swap. They noticed, hey, we got Smoke Bomb. This Windwalker Monk, he's chasing me. He's, a little bit out of position. But you got to feel for Gutso there, because, yeah, getting that preemptive karma on the swap. The one thing that's unfortunate for him is this port. So when he actually did have to use this portal, it was kind of in the open, deep in enemy territory, and unfortunately Devastonia just wasn't able to get off the heels. But this was just such a close match. You can see Dopamine forced to trade out his Ice Block. Devastonia right now, this is where I think he just walks into the Ring of Frost just to put himself on diminishing return. But look at this, Whaler's no mana, Devastonia's no mana, Nazem just in the back line, just delivering Chaos Bolts, Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt, Incinerate. But here it is, the turnaround. Gutso gets the preemptive karma, but it's just overwhelming damage, and that portal just puts him out of line of sight. Devastonia cannot connect the heals. He actually had Nature Swiftness too, so I kind of wonder if he just didn't portal at all, he may have been able to live. But that's just one of those things where, a split-second decision in a really intense moment probably overestimated how powerful his Touch of Karma was going to be. Or how much damage Dopamine and Whaler had available. And you can actually see Whaler out-damage Dopamine in this match. So that really is the power of that Discipline Priest. He's able to out-damage an Arcane Mage and really help him out. So let's see these final moments. Where's all the damage coming from? So Arcane Blast, we got, a 60k Arcane Blast. We got a 41k Arcane Blast, and then just a bunch of the Assassination Rogue damage. Obviously a lot of damage ticks there, but yeah, I can't believe it. I really thought that RNG was going to be able to pull off the miracle and, best in Assassination Rogue here today. But unfortunately for them, Ascension says no way.
Pre-karma, but not enough in that position. If that was diffuse instead of karma, or just both, honestly, maybe if you just press both, at that point, they could close the game out and win right there. They had absolutely nothing left. So honestly, heartbreaking for RNG. They're going to be going home. That means Ascension gets to continue to advance in the bracket. I think RNG will end in 8th at least, ahead of the Silver Sentinels. That's going to kind of be their main contest for week number 4, is what I'm imagining. But this now means that Shall We and Ascension might have a Rogue Mage showdown in the lower bracket, and we got Luminosity Gaming, the Golden Guardians, having their Shadow Priest Rogue showdown in the upper bracket. Very entertaining championship Sunday for North America. Have the Golden Guardians leveled up? Is Abstract Paladin getting closer within spitting distance of Brains Paladin to be able to start winning these series against them in Cup number 3? Will they finally be turned over? Will they have their monopoly ended, their empire shut down? And then on the bottom side, Shall We and Ascension making their runs to try and get, for Shall We into the top 3 possibly, if they have a good run. And even Ascension, they're within distance of getting close to where Warriors Gordy is at the moment. So both these teams have good opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, passing Liquid, passing Where's Gordy, it is so close. I mean, the thing is, Luminosity and Golden Guardians, they're looking so solid in that first and second position. But everyone else, I mean, it's just one tournament placing away from, being in that top 3. So it is really anyone's game. And with the way this tournament plays out, it could all come down to that 4th cup, right? Like, I mean, if you see Where's Gordy, Liquid, POWERMEN, Shall We, Ascension, RNG, Silver Sentinels, all within like 40 points of each other, then it could all come down to that 4th and final cup to see who is guaranteed to make it into the finals and who has to go through that absolutely brutal gauntlet. I mean, could you imagine right now a gauntlet of, like, let's just play it out in our heads. There's a gauntlet. It's Liquid, POWERMEN, Shall We, Ascension, RNG, and Silver Sentinels. Like, who's going to come out ahead? Nobody knows.
Yeah, I don't, because Liquid's been struggling with a lot of different teams, it seems like, in the open bracket. So like any one of these teams is really threatening to crawl through that, which is unprecedented. Usually you've got like clear outliers at the top, but definitely not the case this year in Dragonflight. Lots of competition. Even other teams like Big Burst getting into the top 8 a couple times. Maybe they come back in week 4, or Gents Wild Ride as well, because changes are coming through. So it's possible that these other teams could have a shot in that 4th week. It's just going to come down to that for that 3rd place position at least, and possibly even 2nd place if Golden Guardians somehow end up in this tournament 4th or something. There could be opportunities there, but anybody could be taking that 4th spot for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to see what's going on in Europe as well. Tomorrow, obviously, we're going to be finishing out the 3rd cup for both regions on Championship Sunday, and it's going to be really important for both regions, right? We've talked a lot about the points, how important it is, but you really want to, just to reiterate, you really want to be making into that top 3. If you're in that 4th to 8th position, it is going to be a really, really brutal place and super difficult. But we can see where the bracket landed for North America. Luminosity Gaming and Golden Guardians in that upper bracket, ready for a showdown. I think everybody, that's probably got to be like one of the most anticipated matchups, right? Like Golden Guardians has been 1 game away from beating Luminosity Gaming twice, but it seems like once you get Luminosity Gaming on match point, they power up in a way that I feel like we haven't seen from most teams. It's like they get mad, they go into their final form, and they always get the reverse sweep. It's just so unbelievable.
They just want to like almost like what's the word? Kind of like bait you, lull you into like, yeah, you think you're gonna win? Nah, we're gonna beat you, and it's gonna feel the worst possible type of defeat.
That is
like,
the worst.
Like they want to inflict the worst possible defeat on you. They're just like, yeah, there you go. You can have 2 games. Get a little bit happy about that. We're gonna dash it away through reverse sweep it. So very destructive series between those 2 teams. We've got Europe here now on the screen with My Way and the Agents having a phenomenal performance this week in the upper finals against each other. Very curious to see what comp the Rogue Mage and the Shadow Priest Rogues as much. And then the lower side, Poggers, like this team's, it's got a stacked roster. Like you're expecting amazing things like first place from this roster, but the Fiends have just been countering them. They've knocked them down for Championship Sunday. Are they just going home in 4th?
Yeah, I really do wonder. I mean, the thing for Poggers is they have Chanimal on their roster. And I think the thing we've seen Fiends kind of struggle with, we did see Blizzo and Swapsy kind of pair up and play, like, the Warrior DK. And that is something that they could play. Waz could play the Warrior. Chanimal has been practicing the Death Knight. Like, are they going to end up running a Cleave into this composition? Because it seems like if they go with the Rogue Mage, the Fiends kind of have that figured out. So I wonder what kind of adaptations they're going to make. Maybe they bring in Chanimal on the Warlock. Maybe they bring in Chanimal on the Death Knight. We'll certainly have to see. But some absolutely unbelievable rosters here. And it's kind of a surprise to me that upper bracket for Europe, you have Team Huhu, which is, Infernion, Vanos, Existence, Frankie, I do believe. They're not actually, or sorry, I think it's the Agents. The Agents, yeah. Very similar rosters, very similar compositions. They're actually really not focusing. I guess they're kind of focusing on the Assassination Rogue with Brunhilde, but Zipai on the Elemental Shaman is, it's interesting to me because it's not something you see that much in the North American scene, but in Europe, the Elemental Shaman seems to be really, really prevalent.
By getting a good opportunity to highlight it, but nobody choosing really to alt it, I think is the thing. Frankie, main Elemental Shaman, and Zipai, main Elemental Shaman. Not a lot of people bouncing over in terms of alternate specs. My Way, they were running jungle, but they played a Shadow Priest Feral team composition as well. First time we've really seen that in tournament play this year. So they've got some creative compositions that I'm curious to see when they fight the Agents, who are going to try and dampen them. They're going to try and outlast them. They're trying to stagger the fight out. Or they might even just run Assassination Rogue. So I wonder if My Way have an answer prepared for that on this upper side.
My Way. I mean, Tony, he's been practicing that Assassination Rogue a lot, right? We do know him for his Feral Druid and the Jungle Cleave, but they've also been practicing, the Rogue with the Beast Mastery Hunter, the Survival Hunter. So there are a lot of options for their squad. Really curious to see how that one does play out. And we will be going to Europe first tomorrow. Before we close up the day, Super T's, do we have any predictions? We don't really do predictions that often, but I'm going to put you on the spot here. Like, what do you think is going to be going down in these regions?
I think the safe prediction is Luminosity Gaming, right? I feel like they're still.
What about Europe? That's a little harder.
Okay, Europe is much harder. Europe is much harder. Who takes Europe? I'm somewhat leaning to the Agents because I'm kind of feeling like the Fiends will win, but I don't think the Fiends can beat the Agents. If they met, like, this could be a grand final for the Fiends this week, I think. But I think actually maybe they could. Nah, I don't think so. Maybe, I don't. They beat Team Hoo that 1 week with a reverse sweep, so they can beat those comps. Like, they can beat the Ellie Demo Warlock. So, like, maybe this is the Fiend's week. Might be, like, it might seem like a kind of a weird bet for me, but I'm kind of leaning on the Fiends possibly this week.
It is possible they could have that miracle run. The Fiends, if they can best Poggers and go through the lower bracket, make it into the finals. I know they're one of my favorite teams right now. The amount of offense that they have with this Thug Cleave, it really is fun to watch. But we will be able to see more from all of these teams tomorrow for the conclusion of Cup number 3, both Europe and North America. On behalf of everyone, thank you so much for watching today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.